Good evening, everyone. We just want to make sure we got everybody captured for the recognitions. If you are here for a recognition, come and see us in the back, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Excuse me, if we can get quiet in the boardroom, please. Good afternoon. There we go. Good afternoon. We're going to start this meeting. I'm going to call it to order at 5:02. If I can get some silence and quiet in the boardroom, please, so we can begin the meeting. And if maybe some staff can help for those that don't hear me. Thank you. This meeting is called to order at 5:02. And we're going to start the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could please stand. And if you can please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. This will take us to item number 4, recognitions. Ms. Rodriguez.
Can join us.
The board wants to join me in the front of the dais for student, staff, and community recognitions.
Good evening, Board President Aribali, board members, and Superintendent Saavedra. I am Liz Rodriguez from the Department of Communications, and I have the distinct pleasure this evening to recognize some of our amazing district representatives and community partners and their achievements. Our first well-deserved recognition this evening is for a very talented group of fine arts students from 2 high schools. The El Paso ISD Fine Arts Department is proud to have these artists represent our district and reflect so well in our communities. And these young ladies are no strangers to winning, having secured victories in their categories at district and city competitions. Italia Esquivel, student at Burgess High School, obtained first place in the El Paso Regional Art Contest for her artwork on Stop Underage Drinking. Her piece was selected out of 77 entries from the El Paso region. Her poster will be hung across the city on buildings, schools, and convenience stores. Congratulations. You want to go try and I'll take a photo? Thank you, congratulations. Shahili De Silva, student at Young Women's Academy, earned a platinum medal at the Junior Visual Arts Scholastic Event Competition. Her award is the highest award a middle school student can receive at the Junior Vase competition. Let's congratulate her with a round of applause. Do you want to join the photo? Are you a parent? You going to join? Yeah. And if we can do a group photo now? Thank you, congratulations. Thank you. Our next recognition is for an alum from Bowie High School. Rafael Escapite was a former student of Bowie High School, and his large extended family has long-term ties to the El Paso area. Mr. Escapite was fond of film, music, art, collecting stamps, and deep study of history and cultures. He was also a great storyteller. Mr. Escapite left a trust of $75,000 to be spread over 30 years to the students from his beloved alma mater where he felt there was a need. Mr. Escapite, graduated from Bowie High School in 1958. While attending Bowie, he was a writer for the newspaper, involved in journalism, and was the editor of the Aztec in 1958. After high school, he worked in retail for several years and joined the National Guard. Stamp collection was a passion and a hobby for many years. He collected stamps from all over the world. Mr. Escapite also owned a travel agency in San Francisco, as he loved to travel. His loyalty and gratitude for Bowie High School led him to leave his most prized stamp collection and trust to the students of Bowie High School. Please welcome Ms. Rose Gandaria, the Bowie Alumni Group, and a special guest, Mr. Martin Luna, 1949 graduate and a good friend of Mr. Escapite. Thank you. Oh, one more. Thank you. Our next recognition is for some of our best community partners, volunteers, who are dedicated to our schools and students and so often go above and beyond. Today's recognition honors individuals who dedicated more than 1,000 volunteer hours to their respective campuses in the 23-24 school year. These full-time volunteers were among the more than 6,000 dedicated volunteers in El Paso ISD last year. While that is an impressive number of hours, the real impact of these 8 individuals is immeasurable, whether it's through mentoring students, organizing events, or lending a helping hand wherever needed. Their commitment has made a profound difference in our schools and in our students. And it's not just the hours they've put in, but their passion and enthusiasm that truly sets them apart. We are incredibly fortunate to have such dedicated volunteers. Let's give them a big round of applause to these remarkable volunteers. Kevin Ottenborg from Polk Elementary. Kevin Ottenborg from Polk Elementary. And Paulina Saavedra from Herrera Elementary. No, that's it. That's it. Is she here? Yeah. Where? We'll check him in. Okay. I'm sorry, one additional volunteer, Perla Guerrero from Douglas Elementary. Can I have the principals join for the photo too, please? Do you want to join the photo?
Yes.
Do you want to join?
No, it's
No?
just my turn.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are you sure? Okay.
It's for a moment.
I can't see. Yeah. Thank you again for all you do. Did you get the photo? Yeah, okay. Our last recognition goes to hardworking individuals that embraced innovative solutions to ensure our students were fed at various campuses. When the upgrades to the HVAC systems in several kitchens meant they couldn't prepare meals there, these staff members went above and beyond, working with partner schools to use their kitchen facilities in striving to ensure students never missed a meal. It's their innovation that allows us to keep improving conditions for our students to learn, grow, and thrive. We couldn't be more grateful for the cafeteria staff, but also principals, custodians, and athletic coordinators who united to do what's best for students. Will all of our honored guests please come up? After you shake their hand.
to announce which schools these are representing? Because it's just sort of a mob of people.
As everyone lines up for a photo, I'd just like to recognize the campuses being represented here today. We have Charles, Barron, McGoffin, Moy, Richardson, Tom Lee, Bobby Joe Hill, Duran, Andrus, T-Mix, Canyon Hills, Chapin, Burgess, Cielo Vista, Guillen, Hart, Young Women's Academy, Moreno, Tinajero, Bowie, Wiggs, Lamar, Brown, Tippin, Hornado, Lundy, Coronado, Franklin, and that's all. Thank you again. Angela, can you help them kind of get people more? Good. Thank you. This concludes this month's recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate it. This will take us to our next item, which is item number 5, public comment. If you can direct your attention to the screens for a quick message.
The district is a local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in our district, and board meetings must be focused on meeting this charge. In meeting that charge, the district board meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act to conduct the business of the district. They are not, however, meetings of the public. Therefore, all persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum, that is, respect for other persons, without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks. In addition, you are directed to the district's complaint procedures and board policy regarding employee, student, parent, or public complaints. The Deputy Superintendent of Administration is in attendance if you wish to discuss a matter with him. Please note that during public forum, specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries. However, the board may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not posted on its agenda. El distrito es el organismo de gobierno local encargado de atender las necesidades educativas de todos los niños en edad escolar en nuestro distrito, y las reuniones de la Junta deben centrarse en el cumplimiento de este cargo. En el cumplimiento de ese cargo, las reuniones de la Junta del Distrito son reuniones públicas bajo la Ley de Reuniones Abiertas de Texas para llevar a cabo los negocios del distrito. Sin embargo, no son reuniones del público. Por lo tanto, se espera que todas las personas que asistan muestren civismo y decoro, es decir, respeto por otras personas, sin el uso de lenguaje insultante, profano, amenazante o abusivo. Los comentarios públicos no se utilizarán para ataques personales. Además, usted está dirigido a los procedimientos de queja del distrito en la política de la Junta con respecto a los empleados, estudiantes, padres o quejas públicas. Tenga en cuenta que durante el foro público la información fáctica específica o citación de la política existente puede ser proporcionada en respuesta a las preguntas. Sin embargo, la Junta no puede deliberar o decidir sobre cualquier tema que no está publicado en su orden del día.
Thank you, Trustee Hernandez.
Karen Gantler.
Board President Irobali, board members, and Ms. Saavedra. My name is Karen Galanter, and this is the 3rd year that I have found myself before this board defending the idea that the job of being a teacher librarian should be considered a full-time endeavor without having additional, non-relevant duties mixed into my daily work. I say teacher librarian because that is exactly what I am. While I am not a teacher of record, I do teach or co-teach classes up to 4 days a week. I help students learn how to find credible sources of information, how to stay safe online, and how to conduct research. I work in tandem with the English department to use mentor texts that help reinforce concepts students have difficulty with, including theme, inferencing, and bias in writing. This year, in addition to the English and history departments, the health teacher wants her students to start coming in as well. When I don't have a class, I provide a safe space at lunch for students to play games, read, and relax. Additionally, I make it my mission to try and help students discover a love of reading. Last school year, my biggest accomplishment was having a student come up to me and thank me and her friend for finding her the first novel that she's ever read start to finish and enjoyed. I was determined to find her a book she would like, and with her friends convincing, she finally gave it an honest go and fell in love with reading. I tell you this because I want you to understand that I and my fellow librarians do this every day, and we are excited to work with teachers and students. We want students to love reading as much as we do, and we can't do that with the changes made to our job description. We've been told, I've been told to my face, that this district wants to bring us in line with the Texas State Library standards. Then you turn around and want us to assist students with device inventory, distribution, troubleshooting, and contacting parents regarding damage and fees, which has absolutely nothing to do with those state standards. You're asking us to assist the bookroom clerks with their job, which is completely different from what my goals as a librarian are. To be honest, the updated job description of what the district is asking bookroom clerks to do reads half like a traditional clerk and half like an on-campus level 1 IT person, but with less pay. Student devices have become the focus of bookroom clerks, so I'd like to suggest the following. Hire bookroom clerks at the elementary level as well, and have them cross-train with IT to learn how to triage these devices. Give the bookroom clerks a pay bump as compensation for these new duties, and please leave the librarians to continue doing our job to the best of our abilities that we love. Thank you.
Jennifer Brownell.
Board President Arabali, board members, and Ms. Saavedra. My name is Jennifer Brownell, and I have been a librarian in El Paso Independent School District for 18 years. I am here to request the removal of job duties that were added to our job description this past July without any notification or communication to the library department. These job duties center on device management, inventory, troubleshooting, and the like. The wording used in these duties has already led to misinterpretation by some school administration. We do not have bookroom clerks at the elementary level, and many APs are split between campuses. I hope you can see where this is already headed. Librarians came before the board in 2023 to express concerns over a technology matrix that was rumored to be added to our already full plates. You assured us that we would work together to align our job description with the Texas Library State Standards and that we would not be responsible for these tech duties, yet here we are today. Not only will aligning our job description to these standards earn us a proficient or higher rating, it will also help the district in achieving success with the strategic blueprint and core values. We are that safe classroom space that allows the whole child to thrive. We are that added support to help reach our goals for literacy. We are that important SEL component to add to for all of our students. There are many examples of evidence that back up what I just said. Today, I will share one. A student came to our campus in second grade and had many challenges with school life. I saw this student often in the hallways, at lunch, at carpool duty, and of course, in the library. He made sure to remind me every time I saw him that he hated reading, he hated books, and he did not like to come to the library. I simply told him that I hoped I could change his mind. At the time, I had several therapy dogs that would come visit the library so students could read with them. I asked him if he would like to participate, and he agreed, reluctantly. We came up with a plan. He would choose a book, read it with me first, and then read it with the therapy dog. Sometimes he smiled, sometimes he did not. During this time, he was identified as being dyslexic and began receiving services to help him navigate his learning differences. Second grade turned into third into fourth, and he discovered the world of Harry Potter in my library. Instead of telling me how much he hated reading, he would now come up to me and tell me what chapter he was on, what year in Harry Potter he was reading next. If this does not speak to what we are trying to achieve with our students, then I don't know what will. We hear it all the time. It takes a village. Librarians are a big part of that village, and what librarians have done and continue to do matters to our students. Please remove the computer tech duties from our job description, help us align our job description with the library standards, and allow us to be full-time librarians. Thank you.
Suzanne Osborne.
Hello, everyone. Board President Arabali, board members, and Ms. Saavedra. My name is Suzanne Osborne. I've worked for EPISD for 26 years, 19 of those years as an elementary school librarian. In May of 2023, the librarians came before you to express our concern regarding the library matrix, a document that was being considered as the basis for redesigning the librarian position within the district. The librarians were concerned, and rightly so, that this would compromise our ability to do our primary job, promoting and instilling a love of reading in the students on our campus. When our concerns were presented, we were told that we had been heard and that we would not be turned into campus techs. Unfortunately, someone in the district chose to disregard this agreement. During the summer, without any input from any librarian or library administrator, the librarian job description was covertly changed to include Directions that we are to assist with student one-to-one devices for distribution, inventory, and troubleshooting. The hubris that went into including this as part of our job would be commendable if it were not so disheartening. While it may not seem like a big imposition to some, it is a huge problem for others. Even though it has been reiterated that the key word is assist, many elementary librarians are being told that this is now part of their main duties, to the point that they have been asked to rearrange and postpone their regularly scheduled classes to accommodate these new duties. This is exactly what we were initially concerned with, and it's upsetting to see our fears come to fruition. Make no mistake, though, librarians are natural team players. We will help any department with anything that is in our wheelhouse. But to have this job description change occur in such a covert manner gives the feeling that the intention was always for us to be fill-in technicians on our campuses. We are not computer technicians. We respectfully request that the old job description be reinstated. Those of us who have more flexible schedules and can assist with the device distribution and inventory without impeding our regular duties have and will continue to help with this. But those who are not comfortable doing so or do not have the time should not be forced into assisting. There are other ways that they can do and will help on their campuses. We understand how to be team players. Once upon a time, one of you at central office was the principal at my school. He was praised for letting teachers teach and the librarian library. He demanded, though, that when we had a problem, that we also come to him with a solution. I'm offering a solution that is simple. Hire people in the technology field to do technology jobs. The majority, no, not the majority, all of us librarians here in EPISD have master's degrees. And we're just not computer technicians. Thank you.
Julia Cortez.
Board President Irobali, board members, and Ms. Saavedra. My name is Maria Julieta Cortez. Most people in this district know me as Maria or Julie. This is my 4th year here at this district. I came from another district that I spent 14 years as a librarian. I was very happy at that district. I loved my job, I loved my students, I loved the teachers and the people I worked with. I was valued as a librarian up until a certain point. When technology started to take precedence over my job as a librarian, things changed. I did a full-time job as a librarian, and I did a full-time job as a tech, along with a full-time elementary tech coach that also had her job of teaching teachers technology. She worked with me. We served over 1,000 students, and we did this with happy hearts, because when you love your job, you go above and beyond. Nobody told me to do book clubs. Nobody told me to do book fairs. Nobody told me to do these extra things. I did them because I love my job. When someone comes at you and tells you, you must do this, that's above your job, but they're expecting it of you, it's very different than when you choose to do it because you love it. When I came to EPISD, I took a huge pay cut. I believe it was about $15,000 that I went down in pay. And it was worth it. It was worth it because I love this district, and I was only expected to be a librarian, and I could put my love and joy back into my job. And God has restored that joy, and I am so grateful for that. Please don't allow another job to take precedence over what we do as librarians. Our jobs are important. And just as every job in our school is important, our teachers are important, our cafeteria staff are important, please do not stop treating us as people with love, kindness, and compassion. Please continue to do that. If we want to be a district, a destination district, truly, that's what we need to do. We need to treat each other with love and kindness. Other districts can pay more money. That's not why we're here as educators. I am here at this district because I have been treated so kindly, and I love this district, and I am praying for this district, and I know that God is blessing us because we're doing the right things. You in leadership positions, please ask for guidance from our Heavenly Father. That is the only way that we are going to continue to grow as a district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marianne Costa?
Hello, Board President Arabali, board members, and Ms. Saavedra. My name is Mariana Costa. I'm the librarian at Andrus High School. I'm here, like my other librarians, my fellow peers, to talk about the growing responsibilities that the librarians have been tasked with managing the student devices as well as teacher devices. These duties conflict with our core responsibilities as librarians and with the Texas Library Standards. School librarians are essential to fostering a love for reading, guiding research, teaching critical literacy skills in, as you all know, a vast and complex world of knowledge and information. We curate collections that support our educators' curriculum, create engaging programs that promote literacy, and ensure that every student has access to the resources they need. These responsibilities alone, though they sound very broad, are so nuanced and so immense. Many, if not most, of EPISD libraries are understaffed. According to Texas standards, a distinguished library servicing a population of my size, again, I'm at Andrus High School, should have a minimum of 2 full-time professional librarians and 2 paraprofessionals. Even beyond, at the lowest level, beyond proficient, beyond developing, at the lowest level of improvement needed, according to Texas Library Standards, I would still need 1 full-time professional librarian and 1 paraprofessional. So adding the task of managing devices to librarians' duties only worsens our already stretched capacity to focus on our core responsibilities. Furthermore, device management is complex and time-consuming. In speaking with our campus bookroom clerk, she mentioned that she dedicated 6 to 7 hours of her 8-hour workday to managing these devices. That itself, that workload amounts to a job position in itself. Assigning librarians these additional responsibilities detracts from the primary roles librarians are trained and certified to perform, roles that directly impact our students' learning and success. Instead, the district should seek dedicated IT professionals to handle device issues, allowing librarians to focus on empowering students through knowledge and literacy. Thank you.
Patricia Amenzaga.
Good evening, Mr. Arobali, members of the board, Ms. Saavedra. I am Patricia Amezaga, proud member of the El Paso Teachers Association. At the May board meeting, our president, Norma De La Rosa, addressed with what at the time was a rumor that was spreading quickly across the district about upcoming changes to work schedules for custodians. Reasons were shared why the changes were not good, as this had already been attempted once before. And she was hoping that this was all it was, a rumor. Unfortunately, that rumor turned out to be true. Custodian work schedules were changed, and the work schedules that took place in the summer were an absolute disaster. While many of you were sitting very comfortably in air-conditioned offices this summer, our custodians were working at campuses in 100+ degree weather with no air conditioners. These teams that had been pulled from their own campuses to help clean other campuses did not have the supplies needed to clean, mop, strip the floors, wax, etc. Many went back to their own campuses and took supplies to get the job done, leaving their own campuses short. To cut to the chase, the schools were not cleaned in the manner that the custodians themselves would be happy with. And for many of them, their schools were not ready for the return of teachers and students. Hours were changed. Custodians told by the executive director that if they didn't like it, there was the door. The change in hours is an arbitrary decision that is not let me repeat, not in the best interest of our custodians, and most certainly not in the best interest of our students. It has affected the quality of work and their own personal lives. They are rushed to get the work done because there are not enough custodians. They were told to sign a paper agreeing to the changes and that they, as employees of the district, can be moved at any time. When custodians call in sick, substitutes are no longer called in. Custodians from other schools are being pulled to cover robbing Peter to pay Paul. Then what happens to the campuses that just had custodians pulled? The ones left are expected to pick up the pieces and the extra workload. And how does that affect the quality of their work? Teachers have seen what is happening and are not happy, but they are not blaming the custodians. The blame falls on district administration. I'll close with that our schools would not function if it weren't for our custodians. Our best friend as teachers and students is the custodian. Administration continues to treat them as second-class employees. They will leave for other districts where they will be treated with respect and earn more money. In closing, I'd like to leave these petitions signed by custodians and teachers in support of changing custodial hours back to where they were last year.
Liz Gutierrez.
Board President and board members and Ms. Caballera, my name is Liz Gutierrez. I'm the head custodian of MacArthur Pre-K. This new schedule has brought a lot of work and personal have affected me in different ways. I got injured on the job. I have to go to therapy, doctor's appointments, and due that they changed the schedule, because I have to request time off from my duties to going to get better. It came to my attention already why I'm asking time off, why I have to leave campus, and I told them due to the new schedule, I don't have time to do it in the morning doctor's appointment or do it in the afternoon doctor's appointment. On top of that, the after-school hours work have increased. I have calls from 6:30 in the morning, solve it, do it, that's your job. You have to do it. Even my time comes from 9 to 5:30. No, the expectations of the supervisors are do it now, and that's your job. The way I have been harassed lately is that you're not good enough. You're not on our expectations. And this has come to my team. My team has given me already letters saying, we're tired, we're exhausted. I don't want to work overtime. I don't want to do any more. And like they say, yes, they brought to our attention from our supervisors saying, if you don't like it, that's the door. By federal law, they're telling you, you're fired. We don't need you here. That's the way they have been made us feel, that we're not welcome. We have been carrying this boat since the pandemic by ourselves. I have been working, taking care of 1,000 kids plus staff members by ourselves. Only 2 custodians cleaning the school. And when some of the board members arrive to MacArthur, the first thing they say is dirty. Why was the work was not done? Instead of asking why, how many custodians are working right now? At that time, we were only 2 custodians working. Right now, we're short-staffed, 3 injured. The morning custodian said, I will not do the job because I'm not getting paid as a head custodian to do this job. I'm not gonna solve nothing. I'm just coming to open and do the duty that I have to do. Doesn't have an area because the time frame that they give, we don't have time to clean nothing. When I was a head custodian, I come early, they only give me 15 minutes to clean an area of 8 classrooms, and the demand was that.
Time.
Sorry, thank you.
Victor Lopez.
Board President Irabali, board members, and Ms. Saavedra. My name is Victor Lopez. I'm a librarian in EPISD. I've been an employee for EPISD for 20 years. I've been in education for 24. I'm here to express my concern over the recent addition of duties to the job descriptions of the librarians in our district. My colleagues that came before me expressed everything perfectly. I'm kind of a storyteller. I tell people I'm an educator storyteller, so that's what I'm going to do now. Long ago, when I was at UTEP studying to be an educator, or was just studying, like a lot of other 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, I didn't know what I was going to do. I was the poster child for grant work. I had grants from EPA, NASA, all kinds of Southwestern Bell, if you remember that one. I was getting paid by a lot of people to do different things. One of my jobs was to be a technician for the biology department at UTEP. I worked for the environmental toxicology lab at UTEP, and one of my other grants paid me to be a tutor at the Machuca projects, which those children would go to Moorhead. And it was kind of interesting because I was put in a place where I was encountered with what was I going to do with my life, right? It was in tutoring. The job at tutoring at the Machuca project was just something off to the side. I had no idea. But it was there that I discovered my passion and my love for education. And much to my parents' chagrin, when I told them I want to be a teacher, and they were just like, what? You know, they were really surprised by that. Anyways, the reason I decided to be a teacher was because I saw the impact that I had on children's lives. It meant a lot to me. I did not see myself being a researcher, working in laboratories, working in inventory. That's not what I wanted to do. I said, I need to work with children. I need to be hands-on. 10 years ago, another story, 10 years ago, I encountered a lot of health issues. And I came to the point where I was either going to have to leave education or I had to find something else. Thankfully, through Region 19, I got my certification through LACE to be a librarian. And I was able to stay in education, work with children, and I never imagined I was going to get to have the impact that I did on children as an educator as opposed to a teacher of record, but I have. Which brings us full circle to this year, when I discovered, when we started seeing the changes to our job description, I said to myself, wait a minute, it was kind of taking me back, 25 years to when I was choosing my career. I, and all my sisters back here, we are meant to work with kids. We are meant to work with them. That is why it motivates us to do that. Any teacher could be said that, but I especially see that with my librarians. Thank you.
Ross Moore.
Board President Irabali, board members, Ms. Saavedra, my name is Ross Moore. I have a panoply of issues and questions for you this evening. But first, librarians. You have heard from more than a few very dedicated employees who love their schools, love their kids, who love their jobs, and will work themselves to death for you, going well beyond what is expected in their old job description. These are dedicated employees who your administration misled and then led on deliberately. Here's what they can't say out of fear of retaliation. You decided what your course of action was long ago, which was to simply hand them over to Mr. Verduzco as campus IT workers, and just plowed on. And that phrase has symbolism in EPISD. Simply hoping that they would get over it, forget admin's placating words, and move on. I was told last Thursday, in what I was believed good faith, that they would only be needed, they would only assist as needed, and were not the primaries responsible for these jobs. I believe the person that told me that. And honestly, Ms. Saavedra, I'm not sure you were aware of the job description changes. Here's the reality. From 2, when I wrote this, to it's now 4 elementary campuses, I've been told that the person the librarian was supposed to assist, that being the AP, had other things to do, and that the whole IT would fall on them with no sign of relief. So much for assisting. And I just see that expanding as someone expands his empire. Why are we trying to break the libraries? These are a valuable tool for literacy. They are safe havens for social emotional learning. I mean, think of the kids who, for whatever reasons at secondary in particular, that's where they spend their lunches. That's where they avoid problems before school. That's where they avoid problems after school. Don't break the libraries. Don't make the mistake that Houston's making. I ask you that very sincerely and hope that you reconsider and remove those 3 items or put some real limits on what actually happens on campus. I do have 10 questions for Ms. Saavedra. I'll hold them in abeyance and send them to you by email. They don't relate to this. Please focus on fixing the libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Kayla O'Shea Berry.
Hello, my name is Kayla Berry, and I am a student at Andrews High School. I am here speaking on behalf of all UPISD librarians. I've always loved reading, but my passion for books had faded until I returned to school as an Andrews High School student after being homeschooled for 3 years. Rediscovering my love for literature, I began spending more time in the library and joined the book club. My renewed enthusiasm for books led me to start volunteering in the library. Initially, I didn't fully understand what a librarian does beyond checking out books, but now having spent time working alongside Ms. Acosta, I have a much deeper appreciation for a librarian role and their work. I fear that the added responsibility and managing devices comes from a similar misunderstanding about everything a librarian truly does. Recently, another student and I spent about 4 hours each processing a new order of books, totaling 8 hours of uninterrupted work. During that time, Ms. Acosta managed classes, assisted teachers, helped students with book recommendations, and helped them locate books on the shelves, and even requested books from neighboring campuses to ensure students had what they needed. Our 8 hours of work were just one part of a much longer process, with additional steps still ahead. And processing new books is just one part of the task of managing a book collection. And might I add, that's only one of her duties listed on the 46 on the librarian's job description. This experience, along with everything else I've seen her handle, has given me a glimpse into the immense workload she tackles each day. Ms. Acosta, like many of EPISD librarians, also work towards promoting literacy through programming. Ms. Acosta, for example, runs a book club that has become the highlight of our week. For many of us, it is a consistent, safe, and supportive space for us to learn and connect. The additional responsibilities the librarians are being tasked with undermines the tremendous amount of tasks they already have on their plate. We need to recognize and respect the crucial work our librarians do for our students and work towards supporting them rather than hindering their ability to serve us as students. Thank you.
Yolanda Araña Alanes.
Good evening. I'm here to support Guillen Middle School Segundo Barrio community and their petition requesting to reinstate the guitar program and the guitar teacher. But first, I'd like to say sometimes when an organization, an entity is working towards their mission, the vision gets opaque because you're looking from the outside, from inside out. So I wanted to make mention some reminders today. May I remind you of our hometown's diverse cultural history, how our city came to be. Origins with the indigenous living off of its mountains, streams, and rivers, populated by inquisitions traversing against the eastward ripples. Roots planted from the seeds of the westward winds of Manifest Destiny and the Gold Rush. The thumping of boots on the ground answering our neighboring brethren's bugle call. Beckoned by our strewn northern star, the populace nestled in our mother's Franklin Mountains, cradled by our father's Rio Bravo. framed by our North America and sister Central America. Framing accentuated with our New Mexico's Roadrunner, Texas Mockingbird, and the Chihuahuan Meadowlark. Each rooted culture celebrating and keeping alive their cultural traditions through the arts. Music, dance, and colors all weaved into the vibrant tapestry that blankets our Chihuahuan desert, making our city so brilliant, so distinct, that it's recognized around the world. Our city is not Dallas. We are not in the state of California. We are not even San Antonio. We are the Sun City, the 915 El Paso Strong. And just as distinct as our city is, EPISD is distinct in its own right, standing out from the rest because of the fine arts programs. The fine arts programs are the bloodline throughout generations, having lived our city's cultural arts and history. I'm coming to you today to ask for all of us as a community to come to the table and find solutions to help keep fine arts programs off the chopping block. Let EPISD be the guide, not only for the school districts in our area, but for the state of Texas. Because like our motto says, EPISD, it starts with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Margaret Gallardo.
Good afternoon, President Urobali, board members, Ms. Saavedra. I am Margaret Gallardo, a 24-year employee, special education resource inclusion teacher at Moreno Elementary and the vice president of the El Paso Teachers Association. The reason I'm here speaking to you this evening is to, again, bring to light that having an ESL bilingual certification and servicing bilingual students does not mean that you will receive the bilingual ESL stipend as the teachers of record do. This is applicable to SPED resource inclusion teachers, interventionists, librarians, DRD teachers, counselors, and any other teacher that is not the teacher of record. As mentioned in June, not being the teacher of record does not negate the fact that we do indeed service bilingual students. I was very surprised and disappointed to see that when the extra performance pay instructional stipends for the 24-25 school year came out, teacher of record was still in the language, and we are still not eligible to receive the stipend. I am asking once again that you please amend the language to exclude teacher of record on the extra performance pay instructional stipend for bilingual or ESL certified teachers and anyone else who is servicing EB students, or simply add us to the schedule and allow us to be teachers of record. Thank you.
Thank you. Last, Carla Dars. Carla Díaz.
Buenas tardes, miembros del board. El año pasado se agregó una sección de Montessori a Moreno y después se llevaron a cabo varias juntas comunitarias. Como resultado de tales juntas se llegó a un acuerdo de que vamos a crecer juntos, pero el problema aquí es que Moreno está en desventaja, ya que no tenemos el pre-kinder 3. Eso obviamente pues, nos pone en desventaja, porque hay padres de familia que quieren iniciar en la escuela tradicional, pero el distrito no les da la opción, si no los orilla a que se inscriban a Montessori. Y así ellos crecen en número y los padres, al no ver cubierta esa necesidad, optan por irse a otra escuela y es cuando nosotros como Moreno perdemos registración. Hoy en día puedo decir y puedo pensar que todo esto fue premeditado con esa intención. Hoy venimos y vengo en lo personal con esta petición que se nos regrese pre-kinder 3, ya que nosotros, padres de familia, hemos luchado y seguiremos luchando por nuestra escuela. Hacemos y haremos nuestra parte. Ya basta de darle tanto favoritismo, prioridad, tiempo, dinero y esfuerzo a Montessori. Eso es solo una sección. Moreno tiene sus propias necesidades también. Este regreso a clases no tuvimos una bienvenida para que los estudiantes se motiven. Necesitamos un instructor o maestro certificado en GT. El año pasado no hubo Career Fair. Nuestras áreas verdes necesitan mantenimiento, tanto dentro como fuera. Nuestras porterías de fútbol no tienen redes. Necesitamos un semáforo en la calle de San José y, si es ser posible, un speed bump, ya que con el Montessori por esa calle se hace mucho tráfico. Yo, en lo personal, vivo atrás de la escuela y me están bloqueando mis driveways. Queremos regresar a la biblioteca, el AR, si no me equivoco. Las ceremonias pedimos que por favor sean en la cafetería, ya que en la cafetería pues se hizo un stage con ese propósito, y que también sean bilingües. El año pasado escolar se hicieron solo en inglés y hay muchos padres, abuelitos que solo hablan español o que hablamos español. Pedimos también publicidad para Moreno. Más actividades. Nosotros las mamás lo hicimos con nuestros propios recursos el año pasado, pero fue luchar para que pasen cosas buenas. Necesitamos apoyo de ustedes como distrito, de nuestra principal, que estén más comprometidos, tanto en la administración y...
Gracias.
Thank you.
The interpreter is going to translate this into English. Thank you. Last year, we got a section of Montessori at Moreno, and after several meetings in the community, as a result of these meetings, we came to an agreement to grow together. But the problem is that Moreno is in disadvantage because we do not have pre-K3, and this is a disadvantage because the families that want to initiate a traditional school, but the district does not have the option and push them to register in Montessori, and so they have more students. And the parents don't have this need, and they want to go to another school. Is when we lose numbers, we lose registration. Nowadays, I can say that this was not measured with that intention. We come here today with a staff, in my personal opinion, with that petition, that you return pre-K to a school, so all the parents, the family parents, have fight and continue fighting for our school, Moreno. Stop giving all this favoritism, prioritism, time, money, and effort to Montessori in just one section. Moreno has his priorities, needs, and also needs. This come back to classes, we didn't have a welcome for the students to be motivated. We need an instructor or certified teacher in GT. Last year, there was not a career fair. Our green areas, landscaping need maintenance. The nets for the goalies don't have nets. We need a traffic light in the San Jose Street and a speed bump. We want the library to come back. We believe that all the graduation ceremonies must be taking place in the cafeteria, and they should be bilingual. There are a lot of activities in English, and we need bilingual information for a lot of parents and grandparents there in that school. Thank you.
This concludes public comment, and will take us to item 6, our reports. One thing of note that I want the trustees to see is, in following the spirit of what we've talked about of prioritizing student outcomes, really focusing our attention, our energy on there, you'll start seeing that reports will come at the beginning of the meeting versus after the all the other stuff, the consent and the action items, so that we prioritize outcomes, student achievement, and really dedicate our efforts there. And then I know part of that conversation was we should have an item, so an item that'll be coming to us in September, but you'll start seeing these changes throughout time. So this will take us to 6A, 2023-2024 state and federal accountability update. Ms. Saavedra?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Itabali, and members of the board. Thank you so much. We have several staff members that will be presenting information based or where we are in terms of our student outcomes based on the STAR assessment for the previous school year. As you know, there's a lawsuit underway and there's a temporary injunction that's currently in place to not release any of the accountability ratings. However, it's important for us to share with the board and to the public where we are as it relates to student outcomes. The information that you'll receive this evening is information that is projected based on our staff calculations, but official ratings have still not been released. But we do feel confident that the information that we're sharing with you today is accurate, as TEA did share our raw score information with us. So at this time, I'm gonna hand it over to Maribel Macias, who's gonna take us through a bit of information about the assessment itself, some changes that occurred in the accountability system, where we are in terms of our overall district rating. They'll share some federal accountability measures as well, and we'll progress through the presentation with information about changes that we've instituted, and we'll kind of round out with our response plan and how we're monitoring all of the work that we're doing to increase student achievement across campuses in El Paso ISD. So, Ms. Macias, take it away.
Let me try that again. President Itabali, Ms. Saavedra, members of the board, today we're here with, if you notice, an amazing team. It was a collaborative effort between academics, school leadership, and our organizational transformation equity team to bring you this information. Today we'll go over the reflection for academics. We'll share with you, as Ms. Saavedra said, the A through F and federal accountability ratings as we have now. They're not final and official, but we do have great projections that we want to share with you all. This information will also be used next week as we do our HB3 goals. So this will be the groundwork for that work that we're going to be doing together. And the last thing, which is, I think, one of the most important, is also that academic and leadership response. Based on the data, what data-driven decisions are we doing and incorporating? And with that, mine was a quick introduction, and I'm going to pass it over right to Mr. Al Garcia.
Good evening, President Itabali, members of the board, Ms. Saavedra. So as we think about the academic instructional moves for this last school year, I wanted to set the stage in terms of it's an investment in long-term strategy. In terms of student outcomes, we began to build structures and systems in place to monitor student performance and student outcomes. So as we think about what happened last year and as we prepare for the response for this coming school year, I want that to be our lens and our frame. So we did start with a new launch of a new curriculum. We had a new reading program, new math program. This year we have a new science program, and last year we did as well. And then finally a new social studies HQuim. We adopted all brand new resources, invested a lot of time and money in getting our staffs, teachers, and students prepared and ready for those resources. And then we launched something called Trend Walks. We mentioned those a little bit last year throughout the school year in board meetings. We're very excited to reboot those, but they also have an opportunity for us to look inward in terms of our progress measures throughout the school district. We had targeted implementation teams of those schools that were priority, and we experienced great success in bringing them in, customizing their professional development and their opportunity to learn about these new strategies and new materials to affect student outcomes. We also adopted a brand new diagnostic diagnostic system of testing NWA MAP scores, which we did talk about last year with regards to student outcomes and measures outside of STAR. And then lastly, a responsive professional development system, which you'll see unfold, which is how we prepare our principals, our teachers, our staff members to execute, to monitor, and to engage our students to better the student outcomes for this following school year.
Good evening, everyone. From school leadership, we work very, very closely with all departments, especially academics, in support of our principals and our instructional leadership teams, and ultimately our teachers in the classrooms who have the most direct impact on how our students will achieve. We did last year have a bit of a redesign in our school leadership department where we introduced a model with more executive principals. That's a level that could be more right side by side with our principals. We had 24 new principals last year, which is a lot when you consider we have 74 in the district. And so we had some new team members that we really wanted more boots on the ground to work side by side supporting those new leaders, because being a principal is second only to teachers in the impact that they have on their campus and the instructional growth. We were very targeted in our support. Early in the school year, we tiered our campuses, and we talked about that a little bit throughout last year. Our tier ones are sort of our more traditional, stronger performing campuses, traditionally like an A or an B. Our tier twos are more our B or Cs, and then our struggling or priority campuses, tier threes, are those that are just not performing where I know they would like to be and where we would like them to be. And so we definitely had tiered levels of support that we'll go into a little bit in more detail later in our presentation. We also spent a lot of last year working through Holsworth on a leadership pipeline launch, which again, we learned a great deal from our 24 new principals, some who had experience coming from other districts, but some who were brand new to the role. And so we did a lot of work, especially around our leadership values and how we define what leadership is and what it should look like in all roles throughout our district. Part of that and why we wanted to mention it is because last year also, we had our first pilot model school as a redesigned campus. Canyon Hills had been a rather struggling campus for many years. They were probably in their year 5 of being on some kind of list, whether that was state or federal. And so we were at a point where we just really needed to take some very bold action, and we did. We took one of our high-performing internal leaders, was able to give her the opportunity to completely redesign that campus from the ground up. And in that year, with that change of leadership, with very specialized supports, with them focusing on our staff development and bringing a team together to really focus on what the students at Canyon Hills needed, we were able to make double-digit gains in one school year. Tremendous growth individually for our students, including our special populations. And again, all of that to say on a campus that had struggled for years. Why I say this is a pilot and potential model is because of our leadership values. We took this model, and at the end of last school year and throughout the summer, a lot of our highest performing principals have taken on new roles within our district and taken on some of these campuses that are similar to where Canyon Hills was 365 days ago. And we hope that this recipe that we've been able to develop and under the leadership, and as an example from Canyon Hills, that we'll be able to replicate that on a number of our other campuses, especially those that are now considered those tier 3. They're the ones that are definitely in our priority school focus, and we know what we need again to make some bold actions and put, as we live our leadership values, strong leaders to really make those changes happen on our campuses, in our classrooms, and in our communities. Our next up is the nitty-gritty of state accountability, and I'll turn it back over to Maribel and her team.
Good afternoon. So in this next section, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the 23-24 accountability information. As shared earlier, this is our district projections based on a data file. I don't know if you wanted to add anything else. Okay. So you're going to see a lot of data. So just setting the stage, the things that you'll see in the next set of slides will include our STAR performance, and that it has stayed steady despite an entirely new curriculum. You'll see literacy gains at all of our levels, elementary, middle, and high. You'll see college readiness has increased despite some more stringent requirements. and you'll see that El Paso ISD campuses generally performed similar or better to similar schools. You'll also see some areas of focus, including continued support needed in math. And then although we've made some improvements in our four-year graduation, continued support is needed in that area as well. And also continued support for growth for our students in the areas of reading and math. So in this next slide, this is our TEA accountability system in a snapshot. TEA shares data in 3 domains. Domain 1 is our student achievement. For most of our campuses, elementary and middle school, that's our STAR scores. And with our high schools, it also includes CCMR, or college career readiness, and graduation. TA also shares data in domain 2, which is called school progress. And in that school progress domain, it will include our students' growth, how much our students have grown in a year. And it also includes our campuses relative to other similar campuses. The third domain that TA will share information is called domain 3, or closing the gaps, and that will break down differentials between our different groups. Our numbers at the bottom show our summary as a district from each of those areas. Below that, a little bit of how TA calculates for an overall grade, and El Paso ISD is projected to score a 77 overall. In the next few slides, we're going to take a look in a little bit more detail at some of the data for domain 1, domain 2, and domain 3. So when we look at our domain 1, that's our student achievement, our STAR performance is measured on our students that meet the approaches, the meets, or the master's level on STAR. It's a total score of all subjects and all grades. Our college career readiness is our second piece. You can see our data there, and our graduation rate. When we look at our STAR performance, our strengths in that were reading. We did show gains, and our areas of continued growth is math and science. You have a booklet on the docket that gives a little bit more detail and a little bit more breakdown, and page 8 shares specific areas in more detail to domain 1. The second part of domain 1, our CCMR, will go ahead and go into a little more detail in our graduation. So when we look at our college career readiness, this is our first official, not yet official, almost official accountability year with a new scale. And so there was a significant increase in how students meeting CCMR resulted in an A or B. You can see the prior and new scale listed there. You can see our data over the last years. But we're very excited to share with CCMR, El Paso ISD has increased 7%. And there's a detailed report coming up next to show each of those measures of the college career readiness. As a quick reflection piece, college career readiness and graduation are both a year delayed. So these is our 24 accountability, but it's based on our class of 2023. The other highlight that we just received that we wanted to share in this section, our Region 19 did a report looking at college credits, dual credit. That's one of our metrics in CCMR. And just as a quick shout out, El Paso ISD students earned 31,997 college credit hours, which is a savings for families of $3.7 million, and this was the highest in the region. Our next slide is the third component of student achievement, which is our graduation. This again is a year delayed, and it measures the best of a 4-year graduation, a 5-year, or a 6-year. So the graduation cohort for the 4-year is the class of 23, and then class of 22, class of 21. You can see the breakdown by campuses here. You can also see that with the new accountability, a new scale was introduced. And although our graduation rates are not where we would like them to be, there is notice that in our 4-year graduation of class of 23, it is an increase from the prior year's 4-year graduation. So we're starting to see movement in the right direction, and we do anticipate from our graduating class of 24 that more significant gains are in progress. For our Domain 2, we have our school progress, which is our student growth and our relative performance. Domain 2 incorporates two different sections. The first one is academic growth, and that is really measuring how much students grew with the year of instruction that they received here in the school district. And so you can see our results there for the 1 year of growth, but it also has a second component to it, which is how about students who did not pass the STAR test in the prior year, but through the intervention efforts on campus did achieve that level of passing the STAR test. And so that first component is academic growth. The second part of Domain 2 includes relative performance. And relative performance, without getting into it too much, basically measures each campus according to the economically disadvantaged rate to compare it to other similar campuses across the state, and allows you to compare the campuses to others across the state. You'll notice that our overall measure for Domain 2 is a 78, and that's because we go with the best of those two measures that we have there. Our areas of strength there are in reading growth and in relative performance, and our focus areas are going to be in math growth and accelerating those non-passers. The final domain for state accountability is closing the gaps. And closing the gaps consists of evaluating 4 different groups for 4 different components that you see listed right there. STAR Math and Reading at the meets level, growth or graduation rate for the high schools, TELPAS growth for all of our EB students, and either STAR or CCMR for our high school students. And each campus is going to be awarded a point from 0 to 4 based on how well they are, whether they're hitting those state targets for each one of those groups and components. When we look at the entire district, you'll see that our projections show the district at about a 74. Our big areas of strength, again, are CCMR for all groups, and some gains for TELPAS growth. Areas of focus remain math and graduation rate. Going on to the next topic is federal accountability. While Ms. Saavedra explained earlier that we do not have official federal accountability along with the state accountability, we have taken the information that TEA provided us and made some projections for this. The first federal label that we have is comprehensive support and improvement. These are campuses who have an overall low closing the gaps score. That was that Domain 3 that we just talked about. What we are looking at here is we're looking at the campuses who had been identified formally last year as comprehensive support and improvement. And in the 2024 column, you'll see that 3 of those 5 campuses did make progress in the past year, with the remaining 2 not showing progress. Just a reminder that we've got down there, it does require 2 years of progress for these campuses to exit the federal label of comprehensive support and improvement. The second part of federal accountability is the label that accounts for, again, a little bit more tightly to the closing the gaps, for looking at specific student groups at a campus. And so for those, there are 2 different labels: additional targeted support for students who missed 3 or more targets and are overall in the bottom 5% of campuses on the state. We are projecting that we do not have any campuses that fit into that category. And then the second one is targeted support and intervention. And those would be campuses that have student groups who missed 3 or more targets for 3 consecutive years. Again, we don't have the specific numbers of campuses that we have, but we are projecting, as you can see from the graphs there, that we are going to continue our downward trend in having those labels. Finally, as I believe Maribel Macias mentioned, we will be meeting with you in workshop to review the House Bill 3 goals scheduled for next week. And we just want to sort of give you a little preview because this is still related to the same data that we're looking at here. We have seen gains in early childhood literacy progress and gains in early childhood mathematics. And so we're going to be looking at those.
Good afternoon again. With me, I'd like to introduce Guy Rosales, Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning. And we're going to be providing you some context in terms of our academic response. So our academic response really lies in 4 domains: continuous learning, curriculum connections, specialized support, and implementation teams. And how we've unfolded that last year and repackaged it and kind of really stepped back and looked at the things that we've done as a department. Moving forward, this is going to be how we provide the best possible support for our campuses. First and foremost, we're going to continue to implement our high-quality instructional materials. This year, we were in an advantaged position in terms of the delivery of materials at the campuses. They're received in a timely fashion. Last year, we were signing contracts in May, and praying to God they were delivered in the summer and campuses received them later. This year, they're already on the campus. They're in the queue to be delivered in the hands of kids, and so we're very excited about that. Professional development for teachers. This year, we embarked on something called the Summer Learning Series. Everybody that could provided opportunities for teachers in the summer to front load a lot of that PD, whether it's the high quality instructional materials in reading, math, science, social studies, understanding differentiation, GT, instructional technology, all the dimensions of the academics departments provided opportunities both in person and through virtual webinars where teachers could actually get credit to front load a lot of their PD over the summer if they chose to do that. We had a quadre for curriculum writing, which helps us to really look at our curriculum that's been written and supported by these high-quality instructional materials, and then begin to think about how do we continue to refine that curriculum 2.0 this school year. In addition to that, we added some equity FTEs at campuses that demonstrated a need through both biometrics that both included economically disadvantaged students, population, and performance. I did talk about the Summer Learning Series, was very excited about that. Team turning around in a couple of months, and it was a high quality PD professional development that occurred over the summer. We also added additional contract days, both for the campus teaching coaches and the interventionists. I would also add that we added interventionists at the high school and middle school this year. That is a different opportunity to address our kids' needs at the secondary level, and we'll talk a little more about that throughout the presentation. Is this new or me?
Good evening. We're going to continue to focus on continuous learning. Our priority for this given school year is obviously math and literacy. We continue to provide support to teachers around instructional best practices. And obviously with year 2 of curriculum, we want to ensure that teachers are getting support around implementation. It is a process, so we continue with providing support around assessment, data mining, and as Mr. Garcia mentioned, the Summer Learning Series was very successful. We saw over 600 teachers this past summer who received support in various content areas. Yeah. So our campus teaching coaches continue to be a priority for us. They provide support to our teachers back at campus. We have 2 coaches at every single campus, again, a math and literacy coach. One of our priorities this past year was to add additional professional development days for our coaches so that they could come in, train over the summer, and they are best equipped to support teachers. So we had a summer learning series just for coaches. It was 5 days. We're also going to spread 5 days over the course of the school year. We continue to have monthly meetings with our campus teaching coaches to provide support, build skills. And then the second part of it, last year was really about implementing the curriculum and the resources, but we want to ensure when we look at that campus teaching coach role that we are providing support around coaching. So we embarked last year on partnering with Jim Knight, and we've launched an impact coach cycle. So this is our second year, so our coaches will continue to receive professional development around coaching to, again, better assist teachers. So for our curriculum, as Mr. Garcia mentioned, last year was our launch year. So we adopted several high-quality instructional materials, resources. We were able to get through K-8 through all core areas, and we were able to get through most of the core areas at the high school level. So what you see in front of you with this graphic here, what's new for 24-25 is we have a brand new science curriculum. So the state changed standards, so that was a total revamp and rewrite. We also had a brand new adoption, K-12, so we had to acclimate ourselves around the resource, develop new curriculum. What you'll see in yellow also is we've developed upper level courses for language arts, social studies. So we've got a robust offering of curriculum. We've sunset TRS. We're no longer in partnership there with TRS because we have our own homegrown curriculum at this point. We continue to move forward with our algebra all rollout for 8th grade. We've got 6 campuses that have, again, 8th grade algebra for all students, and of course, we've got that throughout the entire district. What we've added to the curriculum, some enhancements, is we have a social emotional learning department, so we've included them in the curriculum development. So this teachers will find embedded in the curriculum, so it's not a one-off and separate support. You've seen enhancements or heard about GT that we've added to the curriculum. So there's additional supports that are built in for teachers with gifted and talented, and additional resources so that we have different pathways for students. Also new for this year are performance tasks. So as teachers are teaching, they are building skills leading up to tasks. So if you think about projects, this is more along the lines of project-based learning. So again, we continue to see enhancements with curriculum. As Mr. Garcia mentioned, we also have our second year of our teacher cadre. Our teacher cadre is teachers that are really across the district. We have upwards of 70 teachers from different campuses who help to develop the curriculum. They also provide, insight, input, and in turn, they are also training other teachers around curriculum.
It's my turn.
Okay, sorry.
But don't go far. 'Cause
Okay.
we're going to be doing back and forth, so don't go too far. So we also embarked on curriculum conversations last year. Curriculum conversations are an opportunity for teachers in the classrooms to come to a site. Principals select them. They actually choose these teachers based on criteria they've established, but they come to this conversation and they get to front load some of that curriculum. They get the opportunity to preview, to respond, and to think about what it is that they're doing this 9 weeks and how do they prepare for it. Then there's to go back, they talk to their peers there. They do pacing and lesson delivery. So we're front loading all of this so that teachers can go back and review what's been uncovered and discovered with their colleagues back at the campus. We also develop teacher video playlists that really encapsulate the whole conversation, and we continue to move forward with that effort this school year. Curriculum conversations.
So as I shared earlier, an important part of our curriculum development is to include teacher input. So teachers have an opportunity to provide live input. They can scan a QR code, give us feedback on the given units, and this also informs kind of going forward so we can make adjustments. So stakeholder voice is definitely there. To support teachers, we've leveraged our teacher cadre, the representation that I talked about in terms of teachers to build videos. So teachers have an opportunity to view 8 to 12-minute videos, looking at upcoming units to support them. As Mr. Garcia mentioned, we talked about curriculum conversations at each campus. That's our team of facilitators that are deployed to each campus who go out, support the 4 content areas, and ensure that teachers are prepared for each of the 9 weeks coming up. And again, this is year 2 of the curriculum cadre, and what I want to tout is that this is really a leadership pipeline. It's a 1-year commitment where teachers are learning a whole lot around curriculum, and again, we have people that are vested and trained and to better support other teachers back at their campus. Something that was new for us last year that we found that was very important is we launched implementation teams. With so many changes and initiatives, thinking about as we move forward, we recognized that we needed to identify a group of campuses that might need additional support. So what we did is, science of implementation, we launched implementation teams. We identified 23 campuses that needed additional support. We formulated a team between school leadership and academics to provide monthly support to each of these 23 schools. And really a lot of the support was around, obviously, the instructional resources, the curriculum, navigating those pieces, and it was a constant team that came in. We made the investment in terms of providing substitutes. We thought it would be best to have job-embedded support for teachers, not necessarily after school. So what you'll see with the teams, they were comprised of the administrators, the coach, and then several teachers back at the campus. And so part of that intent was for teachers and the team to engage in learning and then be equipped to go back to their campus and better support other teachers. Some of the things that we did with implementation teams, when you look at high-quality instructional materials, the lesson's already built. So the process that we're using is lesson internalization, where we break down the lesson, think about student groups and how we might approach that. So we modeled that process, did that with teachers, did demonstrations. We also modeled lessons and then continued to infuse best practices in our approach.
Moving forward for this school year, we've kind of redefined our approach. We're having, rather than having them come to us, we're clustering these implementation teams around campuses and campus support. We'll do lots of modeling, lots of coaching. We've already learned about the HQIM, right, the curriculum and the instructional materials. Now we're going to look at practice and ensuring that we're refining and honing and improving the delivery of instruction in the four corners of each classroom. Trend walks. We talked to you last year. Last year, we ended the year in the spring with 1,471 walkthroughs in all of our schools in the district. We're coming back again, and the principals in the room are kind of wincing a little bit because we've already sent out invites happening on Wednesdays. Block out your calendars. This year, we're taking a different approach, a more clinical approach. As we expand the depth and breadth of the trend walks, we're looking a little more closely at specific things that we've launched throughout the school year and supported to see evidence of that. Again, it's a classroom observation protocol, a tool. In this one semester, we did, as I said, 1,471 walkthroughs. It was one time, one per school. This year, we've identified the need to maybe revisit. Some schools might get 4. I don't want to shock anybody in the audience, but they might get 4 based on the evidence, the tiering, the opportunity for us to be able to be in schools. And if we don't see what we feel is the progress being made towards a particular indicator, then we're going to come back. We're going to come back and continue to support that school and that principal and that leadership team. Acadesc. Acadesc is my new part-time job. I love it. It is a one-stop shop support system where principals, assistant principals, and curriculum coaches, CTCs, can fill out an Acadesc and request any type of support under the academics umbrella, whether it's I want to move a child in special education to a different, more restrictive setting, that goes to the Acadesc. They fill out the Acadesc. I route it to the specific director, executive leader responsible, and then we chart out the course for making that support happen. We have had, in the first 2 weeks of school, we had 200 Acadesc tickets that I processed, and my team helped me process. I joke because as I'm standing here, probably 10 more Acadescs have come in. I felt it was important this particular month to really process the tickets myself, so I had a deeper understanding of where the support is being asked for and how we're supporting it. The other side of that is everybody who works in academics, all 1,000 seems like, facilitators, support people, directors, have an opportunity to be held accountable and support for those campuses. So as they go visit campuses, they might say, I visited this campus and I provided some instructional technology assistance to the principal or a group of teachers. That person then fills out a ticket and I see it, and then I close the ticket and I copy the campus principal, because they need to be involved in the understanding that there was somebody from academics at your campus supporting your teachers. So it's a great opportunity to be able to account for everybody's work, everybody's time. We're starting to see trends. We're starting to see those favorite schools. We're going to have conversations, and we're going to make sure that everybody has the access and support. If you think about the mental model about growth, many times we've only supported our schools that are the most struggling. But that's not to say that our schools that are being successful don't have teachers that are struggling, don't have kids in special education, don't have kids in EB and EB settings and dual language settings that need support. And so now it's open to everybody. The schools that are very successful, the schools that are struggling, and we can track that progress in real time. Intervention plan reboot.
So part of our academic response, last year we added interventionists to K-8 campuses. Basically, we added a literacy and math interventionist to each campus. We have somewhat of a reboot. We've made some adjustments. What we've done is we've added interventionists to the high school level. We've looked at the need of pre-K-8s and added 2 additional. So pre-K-8s are looking at 4 interventionists. One of the things that we quickly recognized is we needed to invest in our interventionists. So one of the decisions that we made was to extend their contract by 5 days. So this gave them an opportunity to come to Summer Institute. So we're able to better train and orient the interventionist to really work with some of our neediest Tier 3 students back at campus. So that was new for this year. And in keeping with some of the new programming, which you'll see to the right there, is we've developed 2 interventionist handbooks to really provide some guidelines around the position. So there's more clarity around what a campus teaching coach does versus an interventionist. We also recognized with us developing the curriculum that it was important for the interventionist to be engaged in curriculum as well. So the interventionists were also trained during this Summer Institute on really lesson cycles, what they would do with students that's connected to what students might have learned during their first teach or Tier 1 instruction. So there's a lot more supports that have been developed for interventionists going forward. And we hope to see improvement. I can already tell you that most of our high school positions have been filled at this time. We're working with the last few campuses to fill some last few positions. So we're already in a different position looking towards this school year. And then finally, one of the priorities that we launched last year was to ensure that we looked at each campus and prioritized individual campus support. So each campus, despite what we've launched with curriculum and resources, have different needs. So we were able to develop professional development plans that were specific to elementary, middle, and high school. And we were able to work with each of the campus principals to identify the supports that they need. So some campuses may have needed more support with lesson internalization, modeling, demonstration. So whatever that need was, we have coordinated with each of the principals, and they are getting PD back at their campuses. So we'll continue with that plan for this school year. And in fact, later this month, we'll be starting those series back at campuses. We also have partnered with some of our vendors. Carnegie is our secondary resource, so we're really being very intentional. We know that math is a priority for us, and we'll continue to focus and provide support. Our facilitators in concert with Carnegie representatives will work at campuses again to provide support, model lessons, demonstrations, and even walks. So we'll continue with lesson studies, modeling, research-based instructional strategies, and we're going to continue with another partnership, which is through Academic Educational Success. Marco Ramirez, we've been working with him. He's, outside of district, he's a consultant, comes in, works with some of our identified campuses, and we've seen some real gains, so we're going to continue that partnership, mostly anchored around math.
What I would add too under individualized campus support is last year we provided every campus with a day and a half of personalized PD at their campus. It actually could have been 2 days, but because of the transition. So principals had a menu of items they could select to help support their teachers through these high quality instructional materials. It could be customization, more Tier 1 instruction. So that menu really helped to provide and set the stage for what was going to be happening when that consultant from the company came. And we got a lot of really good feedback and some not so good. We were able to communicate that with Amplify and Eureka, and then we were able to really readjust our practices and make sure that that support was based on campus and principal needs. So last year I stood before you and we gave you a report on special education in terms of us and the number of referrals that we have made to special education. I committed to you all as a school board having a very robust and comprehensive response to intervention system, MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. I'm happy to say that we have launched our multi-tiered system of support. Tyra Harrison is not here, but she has been sort of the driver for that work. We presented to all our school counselors who are an integral part of that team, the campus-based team. We presented to our principals. Yesterday and today, it was presented to our assistant principals. We've presented to our interventionists, CTCs. So all the stakeholders that will make part of that commitment at that campus to ensure the work is being carried through have already been trained. We are using a third-party app called Panorama where we can log in interventions, log in intervention plans, and principals and teams can progress monitor the specific skills that they're working on to ensure that the kids are making progress. And so when we get to the end of the road and students are either going to be continuing to be monitored because they're responding to the intervention, or we feel like perhaps it's time to consider a referral to special education. We feel that the assessment data is going to be quality and we're going to be really more in line with our neighboring school districts in terms of referrals and then in terms of accuracy of referrals, making sure that kids that are being referred to special education probably need that support. We also have our instructional climate support team. We did continue with trend walks and that's identified some areas of support that we're still needing. So we relaunched and rebooted our PBIS program at many schools. Campus principals have now been requesting that through the ACADESC to include school-wide behavior expectations, resetting, realigning, and then relaunching. So we do have a high level of student awareness about PBIS now, and it continues to be an item that's being requested through the ACADESC and a service we continue to provide. And that is all we're doing in academics so far. So let me turn it over to school leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Good evening. My name is Mark Bassi, Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Schools. My student impact reaches 24,576 students. So our task is really to align all the great things that Mr. Garcia has just shared from academics with what we do in school leadership to best support our principals who have the second most impact in our district besides our teachers. So one of the things that Dr. Gonzalez shared earlier is that we had last year tiered our campuses to make sure that our, as I'm touching it at once, to make sure that our high priority schools receive a certain level of support, and then as they are increasing their performance, that support does change. If you look at our Tier 1 campuses, they're the ones that are performing well, A, B range. So we do want to still visit them, provide our support boots on the ground with our executive principals and the assistant superintendents from school leadership, be in the PLCs, working with the instructional leadership team to decide what the priorities are. We are with academics in those learning walks and trend walks so that we're working in collaboration to discuss some of the areas that need support. We debrief with the principal. We determine action items that may need to occur. We're looking to determine areas of hotspot, and we are working with Scott Borstel from Teaching and Learning Alliance to really refine our coaching approach, and they're helping guide us to best coach our principals. So that in that coaching, we're planning strategically, we're leveraging our data, and we're cultivating the talent of that individuals at the campus level. Besides that Tier 1 support, everyone gets that. They also, if those campuses are a Tier 2 campus, which would be closer to that C range, we will provide that specific coaching, review the systems and structures that are on the campus. What can we adjust? Are those things really providing the results that are needed? Review the campus data and monitor that data with the principal so that that data is then creating an action item or the action step that's needed to take place at the campus. Determine what PD is needed and work with Mr. Garcia's team on that ACADESC to make sure that we're seeing the same things that the ACADESC requirements our ACADESC is asking so that our principals are supported by both entities. And then finally, those campuses that are receiving that Tier 3 support is actual specific walkthroughs with the principal in the classrooms, looking at, okay, are our goals for this campus being met? Are the expectations in the classroom occurring? Let's look at the artifacts and the evidence. Let's look at the student work. Let's look at the student data. Let's look at the things that this campus is producing to making sure that that's the quality and the expectation of what needs to be the outcome. We're tracking the data constantly, and we're meeting with those principals at those visits to make sure that we're progressing in the right direction. And then we're reviewing the MTSS plan, the RTI plan, to making sure that all the things that we're doing on the campus, those hotspots that we have identified, that we have a plan of action to support them and to move forward. So that's when we say we have levels of support, those are the 3 levels that we're providing and how school leadership is in the campus with the district, with the principals.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Casillas. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Elementary Schools, and my impact reaches 22,632 students. And as everything that Mr. Paz just shared, it's not going to be able if we don't do some restructuring, and we realize that in our own department and school leadership. So we had a redesign last year, but what we've done this year is that we've taken some of that. We're protecting the time of our executive principals, and Dr. Gonzalez alluded to that at the beginning, that boots on the ground, and they can't be boots on the ground if they're in meetings, if they're working with other departments. So the chief schools and the assistant superintendents, we will be in those meetings. We will be the liaisons between the departments, and our executive principals will have the time freed up so that they can be regularly on campus working side by side with the principals to provide those tiered supports. And one of the things that we've also implemented this year is that we collectively came together and we designed a walkthrough template per se. So we do have it in Strive. It's tied to our TPES, and we really are looking at cultivating talent, leveraging data, and planning strategically. So every time our executive principals go out and meet with a principal, they're documenting that. The principal is able to see that feedback, and we have that feedback. And when we jump in, anyone from school leadership that goes and visits those campuses, we're also able to see that data and continue the conversation and continue to support our executive principals there. And again, we'll go going back and tiering our campuses based on the new data and really being there as a level of support, with some campuses a little bit more than others. But really, the whole design is for us to really get in there and support principals as they're leveraging that data, looking at that data, and really improving the practices so that it increases our student achievement at the end of the year.
Take the last slide. So thank you, and questions. Okay.
Questions? Trustee Nanny?
So thank you. That was a lot of information. I think it's clear that, you know, based on all of this, I don't think there's a lot that we can say is not happening or that the district is not trying to do to address our deficiencies with the accountability systems. I kind of want to move away from that piece of it and all of the work that you all are doing and just sort of talk about the governance piece of it. For me, a lot of this is governance and what the board is not doing. You know, I think that on our side, and if we look at what we control as a board, I think that we don't focus on student outcomes nearly as much as we should be, and I don't think that we have data-driven decision-making processes in place. I know that's something that we continue to touch on. You know, the mechanisms that we use to seek out that data and make decisions based on that data, I think the mechanisms are there. I think we need to be a little bit more clear with the community about what that looks like. For example, we have the superintendent evaluation tool in place. It's very robust. We also have HB3 goals that identify and address a lot of the deficiencies with just address the accountability system in general, but we don't have a good cadence of really having those conversations here on the dais on a regular basis. And so I don't think there's clear accountability for us, and I think other large urban school districts across Texas are doing that work a lot better, especially as it relates to equity. You know, the decisions that we make really are policy-driven, budget-driven, and all of that is dependent on the data that we receive and that we talk about, but it is our responsibility to seek that out. So I think we have a lot of work to do on the governance side. I know that we have a meeting for HB3 later this month, but I do need to sort of say it out loud because the equity piece and how we regularly review our board goals needs to be a lot more laser focused. You know, this is a lot of information even for the community to digest and, you know, kind of go through. What we need to be doing is really chunking that out, identifying specific and targeted goals that we've established, and then digging in a lot deeper in small pieces so that we can really look at what sorts of decisions are going to be addressing those specific things. And I think we have a long way to go. So I'm hoping that in the next couple of months, we can set clear and ambitious goals for ourselves as a board on how much time we allocate in our regular board meetings, not necessarily in workshops, to have those data-driven discussions based on the key performance indicators that we've outlined for ourselves. I also think we need to monitor ourselves as a board regularly and identify, how we're doing that work well or not, so that we can have that continuous governance improvement piece. And I think that's the only way we get really to the equity piece of it. Every now and then we'll get sort of hints of that discussion. I was just looking at the equity-based budget allocation summary. You can see where, for example, an elementary school is maybe underfunded, and then at some point that becomes a middle school and a high school that's now underfunded. And we can see where a lot of that work is being done, but we're just not really focusing on that, I think, really where we need to be in these board meetings. So I wanted to say that out loud because I think that that's where the community can hold us accountable, is if we're saying it out loud and holding ourselves to account for the work that we do here on the dais. And I do look forward to really addressing that in some of our governance documents and continuing to have that conversation so we have a better cadence for ourselves.
So before Trustee Call goes, I just want to say Trustee Call has been kind of carrying that conversation and that process for the last couple of months now, recognizing that we're not prioritizing and spending that time, and has requested an item come in September for the board really to have that dialogue and kind of work through what we want to see and what we want to do. In addition, as part of the ad hoc for the board operating procedures, that's part of the discussion of what needed to be added. So I'm happy, we have two strong champions up here. I know that Daniel's been working on this, so I know he wanted to say a couple words, but I did want to give him a shout out for working so diligently on this last couple of months.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, team, for this awesome presentation. Building off of what President Arabali said, as a trustee, sometimes especially as a non-educator, it's easy to get lost in the weeds sometimes of all the things that are under our purview and all the things that we talk about in meetings. But like, to me, this is where it actually matters, and this is where the rubber meets the road, and this is the important work that we do as a school district. And I love the accountability that we're seeing right now. Shout out to Ms. Saavedra for opening us up, for this accountability. And recently I read a book called Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink, and he talks about how organizations and businesses can take like this hyper accountability. The extreme ownership is what he calls it, and let it permeate their organization so that it eventually leads to high achievement. And I'm seeing elements of that in this, because there's some rough things in here. There's some great things in here, and we're exposing that to the sunlight, and I think that's fantastic. Speaking of the good things, I feel like this was buried a little bit in the report, and I want you guys to to feel good about this, and I want everybody to feel good about this. But just for the record, what was Canyon Hills? What was their TEA scores in 2021, 22, and then versus 22, 23?
We're being cautious with, it was an F campus, and it had been in and out of D to F for 5 years. It was in danger. And now we are at the upper echelon. We would be considered almost a tier 1 campus. It's the 3rd highest performing middle school in the district at this point.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. To me, that's a testament of what can happen when, we break the glass and we do everything we can to turn it around. And I can't wait to see that model applied to more campuses. One point of clarification, I saw that we implemented a new personal finance curriculum for seniors. Does that apply to all seniors, or is that like an elective that students get to choose whether or not they take?
It's a new offering, but they do have a choice, yes.
They do have a choice?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Well, I love the personal finance. Trustee Arabali and I have talked about this a lot, but I think that that's vastly missing for the vast majority of our seniors, and I hope that we can expand that, if not require it in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
In regards to our governance here, as school board members, as I remember, our primary role is to pass the budget, pass policy, and hire a superintendent. We've done 2 of those 3. Ms. Ayaveda, this question is for you and maybe President Arabali regarding our role as, yes, you presented it in the way we've seen it, or I've seen it over the 3 years. It's evolving, and we're at a point where we're transforming. And so it's going to take us time to get up to where we would want to be. But I saw it from the very beginning, is that change is coming from us, from within. But at the same time, I'd like to know where are our boundaries? Where are we supposed to come in and help? Or do we? Or we just sit back and just present everything to us and then we act on that? That's where I'm wanting to know how we can intervene and help us get stronger.
So that's definitely, a very important piece. I think we've not really had a full board in my 3 years that I've been on this board. We've been down to 6 several times. We keep going back down. We have something that takes away from what we're trying to do. And as we look at having a board of 7 strong trustees that are dedicated to this district, we've talked with Holsworth, we've talked with SGS, we've talked with TEA, TASB, anyone that will listen, saying that we want to bring those unique, innovative training opportunities to our board. Because we oftentimes, I was talking to the SGS folks in town on Friday, and I was telling them is when we go months without training, we start to detract from what our governance role is, right? We start getting in the nitty-gritty, the mundane, the micromanagement. And when they come in and we have a training, we do really good for a couple of months, and then we kind of slip back in. And so it's making sure, in addition to the cadence of reporting that we need to have for this, it's about having a cadence to the training that this board receives, and really working in tandem with the superintendent and the staff to make sure that, that line moves, right? That governance line is definitely one that goes up and down, and it's a wave. We have to be able to identify when we're way too deep in, and that's the superintendent's job, and when it's our role. But I would say training is an important component, and it's coming soon.
I would also like to add to that, because I know that all of you have made some very important points, and really what I hear in common is that how does the board govern and really, but truly understand where we're going as a school district and ways to set some accountability measures and review those measures on a regular basis so that we can have a handle on things ongoing in real time rather than just always looking in the rearview mirror. And so I think as an administration, we're working through those processes. As we have our workshop with House Bill 3 later this month, we'll begin to build that cadence that's critical and important. This evening, it was critical and important for us to kind of lay out, here are all the things that are in play as we think about moving forward and the things that we're focused on as we look at our data and continue to build systems, structures, and conditions for our student outcomes to improve. But Ms. Anani and Mr. Call and you, Ms. Hernandez and Mr. Irabali are right in terms of we've got to be able to break that up into parts and always tie it back to the systems and structures we put in place that are contributing to those data sets that we share with you. So it's important for us to, so for example, as we begin this school year, we're going to be assessing kids at the beginning of the year with our MAPS NWA data. And so as soon as we get that data, part of the cadence is to come into the boardroom and share. So as we start this year, here's how we ended the year in 23-24, and here's how we're starting the year in terms of where kids are in math and reading as we look at data. And tie it back to the progress that the board expects us to make, and tie it back to the systems and the structures and the strategies that we're employing to hold ourselves accountable, and at the end of the day, to deliver the highest quality to kids so that they can be successful. So I think it's not one or the other. It is, we've got to start with an overview, and then we've got to be able to break that down into small bits, tied back to data that we're collecting over time, so that the board, over the course of the year, has a good understanding of where kids are at all times. And I think that that's an area where we can significantly improve and be more open and transparent to the community, so that it's not just the press release that goes out in August when the state's getting ready to release, you know, our accountability data, but it's a constant flow of information that helps the board make better decisions, helps the board better support the work that's at play, and, you know, holds us as an administrative team accountable to where we want to go, where we want to be, and the outcomes that we know that we can achieve. But that's what it's going to take, all of us working together. And it's going to take some training for the board, but also this cadence that we've not been able to establish as of late, right? Mm-hmm.
Right. However, I gave up a career to do this, and I've given my 100% of my time. And for us to come to this board and to tell us that we need more training when I've given a lot more than a lot of other people can, because I am retired to do this. But what you're asking of us, we're not paid employees, and I find it very difficult to keep up with all that you're asking of us. And to do what we're asked and more, I find that very difficult. But I'll do what I can, but sometimes I think what we're being asked to do is beyond what I'm really able to do. And I just thought you'd need to know that. Thank you.
Trustee Quare?
All right, thank you. I just want to say thank you all again so much. It's a jam-packed presentation, but I'm sure that took hundreds of hours to compile, and it takes time to do all of this. I know that in me speaking with different members of the board, especially with Trustee Hanani, you know, this is something that when I first was asked to run in my district, it was a big thing, right? The governance aspect of it. And especially with the districts that, you know, myself and Trustee Hanani represent, it seems like those are the primary districts, right? The Jefferson feeder pattern, the Bowie feeder pattern, that when governance is not followed, that's when you have those, you know, systemic breakdowns, right? And I know with Trustee Hanani calling for governance and diversity and equity and everything that we've been kind of shouting at the rooftops about, you know, it's on its way. So that's a wonderful thing to see. Yes, a lot's being asked of us, but on the flip side, you know, you all providing the information in a palatable way, I'll say, right? A way that we can digest and hopefully give that information back to our community members, right? That's our jobs, right? Is to be available to them. Yes, it's to, you know, watch over the superintendent and make sure she's doing her job. And I think Myra's our only other direct employee, right, as being our internal auditor. But in terms of what you all do on any given basis, right, you all are the subject matter experts, not us, right? We're taking a lot of this stuff on face value, but we're also verifying afterwards. But when we have constituents calling us, you know, it's wonderful to have information such as what you're giving us tonight And what we're going to get with, I think, the kickoff tomorrow with the destination, redesign, right, at Burgess, and then flowing through the rest of the time with all the other campuses. I just want to say thank you so much, and we're here to help just as much as you all are here to give us that information. So thank you again.
Dr. Loveridge?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo that thanks. It is an ocean of information, but it's much more navigable. Thank you for providing us with all of this data. I just had a quick question regarding what systems were in place before Academic, excuse me, my mind is on academic decathlon for some reason. But I just think that it's important to highlight what the past was, what the prologue to this story is, and where we could go with it once we have that system in place. And then secondly, just to think of what the sort of headline level takeaway from all of this work might be for now. I think that's a good challenge to have. How do you boil it down to one succinct statement, declarative perhaps, maybe it's a question, but just something that we can really grab onto, and not to be faint-hearted about it, even if it is something that's still in progress. So those 2 points. Thanks so much.
I'm going to answer the second one, to quote the Commissioner of Education in Texas. Rising tide lifts all boats. I believe that the time and place in UPISD is now, and that you're seeing the transformative leader that we have and the direction that we're following. So that would be the second answer. The first answer is, it's very complicated. Campuses will reach out. We had facilitators. Maybe they weren't at the campuses or visible to campus employees and teachers and staff. And so when I became the chief academic officer, that certainly was an outcry from the principals. We really don't see the people from academics. I know they're busy writing curriculum, which is very important, but we don't really see them. We don't see their support. We don't see their value. Same thing with our CTCs, as Ms. Ayala has gone campus to campus in her faculty meetings. That has been a loud cry from our teachers. We need help with special education. We need help. We need to see the value in the CTCs. And so this is in response to that. What I would say is today I queried special ed in Acadesk, and I believe I pulled up 32 in 2 weeks, 32 instances that I can share with anybody who'd love to hear about how we've been supporting campuses through that process. So I believe that it is in response to an outcry. I really can't speak to how the academics department handled issues before. I think, quite frankly, depending on the facilitator, if you love, and I used that example with the assistant principals yesterday, if you love this principal because if you went early in the morning, she had coffee for you, and then Danish, and you were able to support her needs, that's wonderful. But now, through the Academic system, we can see who is providing what support to whom and in what format. And if we see patterns and trends that maybe we need to have conversations with our staff about, but why do you keep going to Franklin High School? Just because they use Starbucks coffee in their coffee maker? And by the same token, in terms of equity, I have a very keen sense of who is helping the schools that are the most needy. And moreover, the schools that are the most needy, what kind of support are they asking for? So I really couldn't speak to it before, but now it's a new day. And I feel like very strongly that I thought it's either going to die on the vine or it's going to become a full-time job. And I'm seeing the latter at this point, so it's a good thing.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to add some closing remarks. So I just want to give not only Ms. Saavedra some kudos, but also the team up here. We were talking a little bit during the presentation, but the growth and the capacity from the leadership team is not just starting here. It is really trickled down, and going to Holsworth and working with y'all on that leadership definition, seeing the work that's being done. I can see it from every presentation that's come up, the caliber that has changed over the time. My first year, I don't think we were there. I'll be quite frank, we were not, right? Even last year, there was a lot of things that we were growing and working on, and what we're seeing today is the kind of presentation I think that the board has been asking for, but didn't really know from that governance, misunderstanding, but we have some cases of what that looked like, and this is exactly it. I'll touch on Holsworth and SGS really quick to Ms. Hernandez's point. That's the value of Holsworth and SGS, what we saw today, what we see happening in our campuses, that structures, those scaffolding. apply that model to us as trustees. And we can definitely work in the constraints of what the availability of time is and effort and so forth for each trustee. But, you know, one of the things that we have to break away, and Holsworth made us go through that exercise of what's your core belief? What is you as an individual, what's your core belief? And what mine was, it's tomorrow's too late if we're failing kids today. And number two is EPISD will and can eliminate generational trauma, poverty, and failure. And then what can the board do? I think was a question one of the trustees asked is it's not just about setting up this cadence. It's when the superintendent brings us something courageous, and I'm going to use Canyon Hills as a good example. So last year there were 389 kids there. That vote to redesign that campus barely passed by one. We as a board almost made a decision to allow that 389 kids on that campus go another year in generational failure because we did not want to invest and we did not want to take that step forward. And so it does take those courageous decisions, and we need to see more of those. And now we have a proven model that we can apply now equitably throughout our district. And just to think that we almost were one vote away from not doing that, you know, I think that shows that we need to rely on our superintendent more, and that's kind of, for me personally, where that governance role. You know, we have to identify when that's a superintendent function, and we're supporting and we're providing the budget. And then the other thing, you know, with DDR coming up, I think it's extremely important. It's on all of us now to talk to our community, right? Civic capacity is something that we need to start building together, and talking to our neighborhood associations, talking to our elected officials, talking to our parents, talking to those that do not have kids in our district but pay taxes, and get them to understand that a school district turnaround takes about 5 years. And there's a really good case study out of Lubbock I would encourage the trustees and even the community to go read, where they were where we were about a year ago. And they started putting these systems in place. They started to address it slowly, and slowly over time, you started seeing that growth, and you saw that growth. And that's where we're going. We're following the exact same trajectory that these other school districts have. So I implore the community, you know, when I saw those scores, I went through the 7 stages of grief instantly. I was angry, I was sad. I didn't know what to feel because it just does not feel good when you're investing this much time and then knowing how much hard work y'all put in. But when we step back away and we reevaluate and we get this presentation, that shows the work we're doing, and we're moving in that right direction. So I do appreciate that. Trustee Nani?
Sorry. I also want to really thank the superintendent for your willingness to be transparent about our scores, our processes, our approaches. I know that's not easy. We didn't have to do that. But really, I think that transparency is important because you are doing your absolute best to hold yourself accountable so that the organization can improve. And so that really, I applaud that decision. I'm glad that you mentioned accountability, and I'm so glad that, you know, Trustee Call, Trustee Arabali, and Trustee Hernandez are really helping to support moving in another direction on governance. I want to quickly address what Trustee Arabali just mentioned about the vote for Canyon Hills, because that, you know, I want to address that specific vote and how I felt about that vote at the time, because I do think accountability and transparency is important. I was one of the people who voted against that at the time, and the reason for my vote at that moment was because I felt, one, we had not applied for some of that SGS funding as part of that redesign, and so my hesitation was, why do we not have grant funding that we can apply to this redesign? Because there are other schools within our systems, within different feeder patterns, lower performing schools that need resources, that need to be resourced, that need the help. I really was taking that vote because I was pushing for a systems approach. It was 2.5 years ago when we were all on this dais, and we approved the superintendent evaluation, and I asked the board to really reconsider what we were approving at that point because I felt that we were walking away without board goals. And I asked us at that time to consider our role in governance and to approve board goals in addition to the superintendent evaluation. And Dr. Acevedo was the only one who voted with me at that time. You know, I have consistently asked for a monitoring calendar for at least 2 years. And so, you know, I'm so happy that we're moving in this direction. But I need to make sure that there is that level of transparency. And I really, I think to just call that vote out specifically to say we were almost there, I wanted to really clarify my intention, wanting us to take our role seriously in terms of establishing those board goals and holding ourselves to account, so.
And I didn't, let me clarify, I didn't mean it in a way like, hey, this was a decision that some trustees voted in against children, right? That's not it at all. It's looking at, in any given point as a trustee, we're never gonna have the full picture. I think that's the one lesson I've learned as a trustee, right? That information trickles in over time, but we can't let grants, financials, or other things detract us. We can only do it to one school versus every school, detract us from, or distract us, I should say, from supporting that campus. And that's kind of, as we look at DDR, as we look at CCMRs that's coming up right now, as we look towards the STAR data, we would have had another failing campus on this list if we didn't take that courageous step. And so I'll recharacterize it to say that, sometimes that full picture may not be there, but at some point we're going to trust the superintendent's recommendation to say, hey, all I need is the budget for this. Give me the budget, I can afford it. Here's the big picture. I just need you guys to get on board and then get out of the way and say, all right, we're going to hold you accountable now for what you're promising us, which was the redesign. And I mean, this was another case where I think one of Ms. Sayavedra's promises, the first one being the 7% increase, it paid dividends. And I just appreciate your foresight, because we could not have done either one, a year before, a year after. And this will take us to item 6B, report on college, career, and military readiness.
Right. The next presentation really has to do with CCMR. One of the things that I'd like to highlight as we just think about the transformation that we're in as a school district and where we see some of our greatest successes, it goes back to where as a school district we've invested a lot of time and effort and money over a number of years. And so if you think about when I got to El Paso ISD in 2.5 years ago, one of the things that I noted was a strength of the school district was specifically the investment we had made in high school programs, the investment that we had made in choice options for high schoolers, the investment that we had made in building systems so our students could earn college credits. And we're starting to see significantly the fruits of those efforts in our data. And so our goal is, as we continue this work, is to have those choice options and that open enrollment impact our elementaries and our middle schools just as well as we're seeing that impact now with our CCMR data. So I'm going to introduce Mr. Garcia again and Mr. Jason Long, who head up this part of our organization, so they can share some of the highlights and some of the significant student outcomes that we're very proud of based on a lot of the investment that our district has made over the last several years at the high school level.
Trustees, Ms. Saavedra, Al Garcia, Chief Academic Officer. Today, in an effort to peel back a small sliver of our accountability and to ensure that our community, our public school board really understands college, career, military readiness, and college readiness. We have prepared a presentation that will highlight those levels and sort of peel back the layers so you'll get a deep understanding of what is it to be college ready and what is CCMR. Two very important things. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip the mission statement. You have it in front of you. So really and truly, CCMR, college, career, military readiness, measures high school preparation for postgraduate life. It assesses achievements in advanced coursework, college entrance exams such as ACT, SAT, PSAT, and career and technical education programs. And lastly, it ensures that students are prepared to succeed in college, ready for careers, technical certifications, skills, or prepared for military service. What I would also share is that as Jason begins to talk a little bit about the sort of in-the-weeds work for CCMR, I want you to think about how many of our graduates have gone on to college, community college, or secondary education, and have had to take remedial courses. And an added burden on families who may not be able to afford college anyway, because they haven't quite met the mark. We haven't quite prepared them for post-secondary education. And so that's a super important takeaway from this presentation, and he'll highlight and lift that up as he goes through that. How is it measured? It's measured through, as I said, SAT, advanced coursework, college and career readiness is assessed through industry-based certifications, CTE program completion, and work-based learning participation. And lastly, how many of our kids join and enter the military and enlist the armed forces, or an enlistment in the armed forces? With that, I'm going to turn over to Jason. He is going to be really talking about what's the methodology, and then he's going to provide you with a sample of his own creation. It's a wheel, a CCMR wheel that has been used across Texas as a sample of how to better understand what CCMR is and how can we ensure that we're making progress towards those measures, both at the college level and at the high school level, to ensure those kids are ready for a graduate, for a post-secondary education.
Good evening, President Irabali, Board of Trustees, Ms. Saavedra. I'm Jason Long. I'm the Executive Director for Advanced Academics in EPISD. I think I know most of you, but there's some new faces. So I'm going to go through, I have a fancy PowerPoint up here. You guys have the PDF version. I apologize for that. So I'm going to drive it, and it's a little bit different on mine, but yours will just follow through. So again, CCMR, just to clear up acronyms as we go. So college, career, military readiness, that's it's a part of our accountability system in the state of Texas. It can be up to 50% of what the high school accountability system is based on. So it's very, very important. Just looking at the first slide, this is a TEA slide, and they like to make things overly complicated sometimes on their slides. But essentially, CCMR is you take the number of graduates in a graduating class. They use 365 as an example. And 208 of those students have a CCMR indicator. So if you just do that percentage, it's 57%. Again, they make it, I don't know why they don't use 150 or something like that. That's a little easier to process. But that's essentially how CCMR is measured. And then that measure goes across the accountability system for high school. It's in Domain 1, Domain 2B, and in Domain 3. So it actually shows up 3 different times in accountability. So it has a heavy impact. So let me see. Okay, this next slide is just accountability of where our schools are at. Again, it's great news for, I think, for the district. Lots of hard work and collaboration, but we did raise the scores by 7% over the last year. Remember, these are 23 grads, so this CCMR data is a year, there's a year lag in it. But, and it shows all the schools are all A's and B's, and every school had made progress, some more progress than others, but everybody made some progress. So it was really good. Again, just a different slide showing the same. I do want to just correct something in yours. It says 87%, but actually it is 85%. It's whether you use weighted scoring or just raw scoring. That's the difference. So the numbers didn't change, but again, the state. So it's 85%, not 87. So I made that change, and we'll get you the new numbers for you. Okay. All right. I'm hitting all sorts of stuff. So this is, we designed this in my department because if you just read through TEA's description of what CCMR is, it can get overly complicated. And one of the things I found in the last 2 years kind of working through CCMR in the district is that there's a lot of misconceptions out on the campuses, even with administrators and counselors and teachers. They had misinterpretations of what CCMR truly was. So we created this diagram to help, because we thought the first thing we need to do in order to get everybody moving in the same direction is be clear on what it is, what are we going after. And so this was a diagram, and if you go to some of the campuses, you might even see it up because it's been spreading around the district. So everything in the blue and the yellow, so and we call it the egg, but it's probably like a Dr. Seuss egg because it's blue and stuff. So it's everything inside, whether it's in the yellow or the blue, counts for CCMR accountability for the student. So, and I'll go through the difference of the blue and the yellow and why they're different. So the first one at the very top, if you can look, and I'm going to go around on my cool presentation. We're going to go around in a clock. So we're going to start with military enlistment. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. So military enlistment is essentially what happens is students meet with a counselor when they graduate. They say, I might be going into the military. Then later on, like 6 months later, the counselor has to follow up with the student, see if they did indeed join the military. And there's a form called a DD Form 4. So it's a Department of Defense form, and they have to fill that out and submit that to the state to get military credit. This system is all brand new because the state went back and forth on military, and if you've gone to the website, it's been CCR, and then it came back, and then CCMR, I guess the band got back together, and then, so it kind of went back and forth, and so now we're back to CCMR because between the state and the military, they figured out this is a way they can verify military enlistment. Okay? So now we go back to the wheel. So now we're going to talk about UT on-ramps. So UT on-ramps is a form of dual credit where the students are actually sitting in a high school class, but they're also getting credit at UT Austin for the class. So it works like dual credit traditional, but it's with UT Austin. It's a partnership with UT Austin. So when those students are done, they actually get a transcript from UT Austin. They get the course from UT Austin. They get an official transcript from there. So if we go in there, so it's an indicator, again, for CCMR. It's a state indicator for CCMR. So how many students you have in there, and we've been leading the district and the region and the state, not the district, the region and the state for quite a while. We're at about 15%. And looking at accountability, the numbers that just came out last week, we're at about 15%. So we plateaued, but we're still at a very high level for that. 69%. So what some of the benefits of on-ramps, unlike dual credit, is a student can choose to take the credit for the course or not. So it's a safety net. So if the student gets like a D in the class and they don't want that on their transcript, they say never mind, they decline it, and it doesn't show up anywhere. And their high school grade is different. So your high school grade could be an A or a B. Your UT on-ramps grade could be a D or an F or something, and you can say, I don't want that. So it's a safety net that no traditional dual credit doesn't have. Also, the teachers don't have to have a master's degree, and the students don't have to place in a college readiness test. Any student can get into an on-ramps. So this slide just shows you that about 70% of our students accepted the credit, meaning they got a grade good enough to say, I want to take that transcript. And that's almost $2 million in savings for those students that chose to take that credit. The other really good piece of this is we have about 50 to 60 teachers every year that attend training with UT. And so they're getting like math training with UT professors in math or history or whatever. And all of our teachers are like, it is such a great experience because they're actually getting that interaction with UT professors in their content area. So that's another benefit of on-ramps. Okay, so we'll go back to the wheel. So now we're on industry-based certification. Oh, I have to do it red first. Okay, so let me talk about it first before I get to the good news. Oh, I'm jumping all over, sorry. So industry-based certifications, again, are certifications where a student takes, and now they have to take 3 CTE, they have to take 3 career technology education classes in a series, and then at the end of the series, they can sit for an exam in whatever industry that is. And that's an industry-based certification. So if they pass that test, that's a CCMR indicator for the district. So this is one we're really proud of. I'm really proud of our CTE department, Mr. Marquez, and all his team over there. Because when I got here, we were about 4%, and this year we're at 23%. So we grew 19% in about 3 years. So we've made tremendous growth, and again, that goes to my CTE department and their team. My director's fantastic, and his team is fantastic. So going to the next one, next slide, just about this. So how have we gotten there? It's really about educating the campuses. Again, we had counselors that weren't keeping kids in their program of study because they have to take 3 consecutive courses, and sometimes kids were jumping outside of that. And so it's just really educating the counseling and then also cleaning up some of the course offerings at the high school level. Those are 2 of the, I think, the big pushes to get our scores that way, or our IBCs moving that way. The next one on the wheel, on the clock or the wheel is, or the egg, whatever we're calling it. No, there we go. Dual credit. Dual credit is partnership with EPCC. Students sit in for example, a history class. They get high school history credit, and then they also get college credit at the same time. Unlike on-ramps, the grades have to match. So if I get a B in the high school class, it's also a B in the college class. And the teachers have to have a master's degree to teach that course. And the students have to be college ready to sit in that and get those credits. If you look on the side, if that little square on the side, that's where that diagram comes into play, because you can be deemed college ready by doing TSI, SAT, those things inside the yellow. But you can also be deemed college ready by getting a 4,000 on an EOC English 2, and that's their end of course exam for English. Or the PSAT, you get a 460 or higher. And then TSI, obviously, and I'll talk about what TSI is when we get there. Or EOC algebra, you can get a 4,000. Or PSAT, you can get a 510, and then you can sit for those dual credit classes. Again, one of the misconceptions that was out there is that a 4,000 in algebra and you were CCMR. That's not the case. A 4,000 in algebra, you could sit for a dual credit math class, and then that becomes a CCMR indicator. So that's why it kind of sits to the side, but this is what we've been educating the campuses on. Okay, let me go in here. So our dual credit, we've been above, again, the state and the region, and we're, from looking at the data, I think we're still around 32, 34 for this year as well. So again, we plateaued a little bit, but we still have very good numbers on that. And then this is our summer school. So our summer school over the last 3 years for dual credit, we went up 2 years ago, we had about 700 students, and now this last summer we are at about 1,200 students taking summer school dual credit. So that shows an increase. And then some of the other things that we're doing for dual credit is we're expanding the National Education Equity Lab, which is similar to on-ramps, but it's not through UT Austin. It's through a lot of different colleges throughout the country. And it's going to be at all campuses this year, and we have about 150 students in that. So there's another opportunity similar to on-ramps, but it's schools like Brown and Stanford and schools like that, UPenn, ASU. So there's lots of different opportunities other than just UT Austin. So that's there, and that will help our dual credit indicator. And then also we're working with CREED, and they're providing us funding to help get our more of our teachers to get their master's degree, so we're building more capacity with our teachers so we can offer more dual credit courses.
Jason, just point of clarification. Currently, we're the only school district in the El Paso region that is offering those classes through the National Education Equity Lab,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're primarily from Ivy League institutions?
Yes, ma'am. Brown, UPenn, Stanford are some of them. Okay. And then I put this in here. It's our students that are in P-TECH or early colleges are also helping drive our dual credit indicators. A couple of years ago, all we had was our 2 early colleges, which was Trans Mountain and Burgess. And now we have P-TECHs, which are similar to early colleges, but they have an industry focus. So now all of these students, all of these numbers, are all students that are progressing towards an associate degree and earning lots of dual credit. So that's why I put it in the dual credit, because we have a lot more momentum for dual credit and associate degrees because of those P-TECH opportunities.
You might want to mention too that The only two that are already at 4 years is Burgess and T-Mex. The others are moving along the continuum. So when those kids get to be seniors, those numbers will be pushed forward as well.
Yeah, and just additional, we haven't seen any of the P-TECH data show up on CCMR yet because none of those students have graduated yet. Our first graduating class will be the first 4 this year. So the first 4 P-TECHs will have graduates this in 25, and then we would see that impact on our CCMR in 26. So there's a lot of momentum that's still coming. So I think as good as we're doing, there's a lot that's coming down the road as well. Currently in our early colleges and our P-TECHs, we have about 2,200 students. Conservatively next year, or this current year, we just haven't done all of our enrollment numbers, will probably be around 2,800 as a district, so close to 3,000 students in a P-TECH or early college somewhere. And if you look at our total high school population is about 17,000, it's about 20% of our total high school population is in a P-TECH or early college. So again, and we've not seen any of that impact on CCMR yet. So that's something to think about as we move down the road. This is just a diagram that 5 years ago when we started the P-TECHs. So this is a way we clustered them before we did the zones of excellence. This was our P-TECH model prior to the zones of excellence. But these circles indicate transportation routes because we wanted to allow students to move within their geographic area. If there is an opportunity, a P-TECH opportunity, not at their home school, they could go in within that circle to another school. So that's just so they had some choices and opportunity without having to go across the whole town, like across the mountain, you know, over Trans Mountain and stuff like that. Okay. All right, and then we go to AP exams. So AP exams is College Board. I think everybody knows what AP, it's advanced placement. You sit for the class for the whole year, then you take the test at the end of the school year. If you get, it's scored on a 0 to 3. If you get a 3, 4, or 5, generally you'll get that will turn into college credit for you. So we judge it based on if you get 3 or higher. In the state of Texas and most public Texas universities, a 3 will get you courses, some dual credit courses. For example, at UTEP, if you get a 3 on the Spanish AP exam, you get 5 classes at UTEP. It's a Spanish minor by getting a 3 on the Spanish AP exam. So before the student even sets foot, they have 5 classes done. If they get that. So if you look at our trends over time, by opening up and paying for all of the AP exams, which we did last year, in 3 years, we've doubled the number of students taking exams, and we've also doubled the number of students scoring a 3 or higher in 3 years. So again, tremendous growth. I think it's kind of low-hanging fruit. We just paid for all the kids to take it, and some kids surprised themselves, you know, like, I wasn't going to pay $90, but hey, I took it and I got a 3. And so this is kind of what we're seeing with that. Okay. All right, and again, that just talks about we essentially doubled our scoring in a couple of years. Okay, and then IB exams. I know I keep doing it. Sorry. IB exams is International Baccalaureate. We have it at Andrus and Coronado. Those are the 2 programs. We did decline a little bit in IB, so totally honest with data. So what we're going to do is those IB programs had traditionally been kind of run in isolation at the campus. So what we're doing this year is we're centralizing it. We're monitoring them. We're going to go out and help them do trainings and things like that and just monitor what's going on at the campus with IB, and it just hasn't been there, and that's one of the things that we're going to be working on going forward, and we started to work on that already. And then, okay, now, so the outer blue, like I said, all of that counts for CCMR, but a student can get a 3 on an AP exam and not be college ready. So when you look at the inner circle, college ready is, like Mr. Garcia said, going into like UTEP and not having to take a remedial math or English course, which is our goal. So if you look at the middle of the circle, TSIA 2, that's our first one. TSIA 2, just so I get through the acronym, it's Texas Success Initiative Assessment. So it's a college readiness test. It scores the kids in English and math, and it says, if you get this score, you can do college level work. That's essentially what it is. It has a 2 by it because there was a version 1 where the rigor wasn't as high, and that sunsetted about 4 years ago. So this is version 2. So we've been living with version 2 the last couple of years. And again, and so what you see there in the circle is the scores they have to get. If they get a 945 or higher in the English, then they can go into UTEP, and they're taking the entry-level English 1301, whatever's on their degree plan. If they don't get that score, then they have to start at a remedial English course to start their college career. And then the same thing for math. If they get a 950 or higher, then they can go in a math course that's on their degree plan, it's on grade level, it's on their level. If they get under a 950, then they have to start in a remedial math course. So some of the things that we're doing for TSI, again, this is our data, and we were trending down a little bit, but I think that's going to come back up. I think I saw 33% for this year, but I didn't put it on here, so I'll just say it, but then we'll verify that as when the taper data comes out officially. But what you see is the change from TSIA 1 to TSIA 2. Because kids were just less successful because of the rigor. So and you see that across the state and the region, that decline in passing rates. Okay. This is just a visual. So what we used to do with TSIA 2 is students used to not take it hardly at all, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade, and then we would try and have them all take it as 12th graders before they would go off to college. What we're doing in our district now is we flip the paradigm so that all students start taking the TSI as freshmen, at least the English one. And then as they go and they start passing it, we can start putting them into dual credit courses as they progress through high school. And then at the very end, the students have had multiple chances to take TSI, and then if they need to, then we enroll them in college prep. But college prep becomes kind of a safety net instead of just the default. It becomes like we've given students multiple chances, and then they'll take a college prep course if we need to at the end.
So I do want to shed a little bit more light on that, because if I think back 2.5 years, and one of the first few presentations that we gave in the boardroom on CCMR, I know the conversation at that time was that we were, as a school district, very heavily dependent on the college prep course. And our House Bill 3 goals are set so that we can taper off from that and really see all of the other opportunities where students can earn CCMR credit. So I'm hoping that you're seeing that we're making significant progress there, and we're pushing kids to do all of the other things, and really the last resort, which we're starting to see significant declines in the number of kids that are having to rely on college prep for them to really earn their CCMR.
So again, and some of the steps that we're taking is we do have a calendar. So we have it calendared out for TSI 2 this year. We expect all campuses to test ELAR in 9th grade by December, and I'll put that up in just a second. The other thing that we're doing is my department monitors a Tableau monthly to see which campuses have been testing their students with TSI, and then we go in support if we see that they're having issues. A lot of what we've seen at campuses is just a lot of technical issues. They have to get all sorts of different technical things worked out with proctoring and things like that. So we go in and support if we see that the participation isn't where we want it to be. And then we're working towards 95%. So then when you get to, and then another thing that we're introducing this year, and it's actually on the board agenda to help prep the students, is we're bringing Khan Academy District. There's a free version of Khan Academy, And if you might be familiar with that if you had kids that used it, but there's also a district version which allows for analytics. So my department can watch and see which campuses are utilizing Khan Academy to prep their students for SAT, for TSI, for PSAT, and things like that. So it's a great tool. Okay. So here's our TSI participation over the last 2 years by campus. So you can see the red lines in virtually every school. This is reading, and it's 9 through 12. Virtually every school has gone up. And then here's, oops, I think I had, did I get math? Oh, I guess I didn't get math. And then here's just a snapshot of the monitoring that we're going to do. So on the left side is the screen, the Tableau screen that my department monitors. And then there's the expectations with the testing window. And then we highlighted some of the campuses that are doing really good things because we want to do like true PLC, where if a campus really has solved some issues, that they know which campuses to reach out to. And this is just 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. So same thing, but just showing you the monitoring. The other thing my department does is we also monitor IBCs this way. We monitor college prep enrollment this way. And we also monitor enrollment in P-TECH and early college this way. We monitor it monthly through Tableau, and then we talk to the campuses if there's an issue going on with any of that monthly reporting. So I know that the last conversation was talking about systems and monthly reporting and checking, and we're doing that in our department. Okay, and then you go to SAT, keep doing the same thing. SAT is just, it used to be called Scholastic Aptitude Test, but they dropped that. Now it's just SAT. So that's between SAT and ACT, those are the college entrance exams that, the higher you score, the different school options you have as, more doors open. So SAT is also a CCMR indicator. It's also a college readiness indicator, and it shows you the scores that you have to get to be deemed college ready based on SAT. Let me click on it. So there's our SAT averages. One of the things I've always pointed out is we might be a little bit different than other districts because we actually test all of our students as juniors, and then we test them all as seniors, and we pay both times, and we test everybody. And some districts, it's select kids, it's, if they want to, that type of thing. And so sometimes when we line up data with the region and the state, it doesn't, I don't think it's always fair unless you're really looking at how other districts are actually doing their SAT testing. So again, we're using Khan Academy. So Khan Academy is they are actually a partner with College Board. That's one of the reasons that we went with Khan Academy. And so they help all of our preparation for SAT, TSI, and PSAT because all of those exams are College Board exams. So that's what we're using for all of that. All right, and then college prep is the last one. So college prep, just going back, just to give you a definition. Sorry. Oh, I keep doing the wrong thing. Sorry. Keep going back. So college prep, if you're not familiar with it, college prep is a course that's developed between EPCC and UTEP. It's a curriculum, it's a joint venture curriculum. The students take it. If they haven't met any of the other measures like TSI or SAT, then they can enroll in a college prep class, and that allows them the same opportunity of not having to take a remedial class in college, which is the end goal. Again, we don't want to lean on that. We want to move away from it, but for some students, it is a safety net. So if they get a 75 for the year in math or 75 for the year in English, they go into UTEP, they don't have to take remedial courses. It works just like SAT or TSI. So that's why, even though, again, it's not something we want to lean into, it serves a purpose, and for some students it does save them a whole semester of like pre-work when they get over to the college. So if you go into that, just showing you college preparation enrollment in English over the last 3 years. And what you'll see is a little bit of a variance, because what we've seen at the campuses is some campuses are probably leaning into it too much, and we're trying to get their numbers to come down. But there's other campuses that students needed it, and they weren't using it for those students. So that's why you see some variance just depending on the campuses. It's not, over time, what we want to see is all the lines going down to 5% or less. But until we get our TSI systems up and running, it's going to take a little bit of while to transition to that. Okay. And then here's math, same thing. And then again, we're trying to lessen the dependence on college prep over time. And the way that we're doing that is, establishing a TSI routine from 9th through 12th grade, and then 12th grade, it's just there in case we need it. And I think that was it. And then this is just another diagram kind of showing the same philosophy. And then the very last one on here is ACT. Now, we don't systematically support ACT, but we are looking at some options in the district. We do have a handful of campuses that use ACT, but it's generally campus-driven at this point, but we are looking into, is there ways that we could go district or system-wide with ACT as well? It's not a College Board written test, it's a different test, and it does have some advantages, and it's something that we're exploring, but we don't support it district-wide right now. So, and that's it.
Any questions that you might have for us?
Trustee Nan?
Thank you for that information. I'm happy to see that a lot of this is reflective of the HB3 goals, especially the college prep course. I think it is important to note that, we're not the only district where we have some of these disparities. If you look at other districts with similar demographics, they're certainly below the state average with sort of having that college prep course, but I'm glad that we are trying to find a better balance. I think the goal is 10% less, which is great. The one thing that I want to talk about, because I know that we're way into this meeting, only 2 items in, is really the attendance piece as it relates to graduation rates. So often we see that there is such a direct correlation between attendance rates and student outcomes and graduation rates. Like literally, it's very, very linear. I've expressed before just sort of my consternation with that District of Innovation exemption, especially as it relates to the attendance piece. And I know that we've done sort of some surface level data reports, but I would love for us to dig into that again, especially as we're now seeing so much of our funding is being lost to attendance. We're significantly lower than the other districts in the region in graduation and attendance, and I think that it's worth exploring, even with the community, if we can embrace the dip. I think we could anticipate that if we were to look at DOI status as it relates to attendance, we would probably actually see a dip in graduation rates, but with the long-term outcome being that kids will be in class more. Possibly there will be some funding that we can save on the other side, and then just a different level of accountability for families in our district. So that's just one thing that I wanted to ask about. That was the sort of the biggest concern that I had just sort of over the last week as we've been talking about attendance and graduation.
So what I would share is that, as a matter of fact, yesterday in Cabinet, we had an attendance report, and we looked preliminarily at where we are this year at this time versus where we were last year at this time in terms of our attendance. And I can share with you with all of the protocols that we've put in place over the course of the spring and then launching this school year, we're seeing significant increases. And as I said at the audit committee meeting, we've shared with all of our campuses thresholds where they should start checking in to see if a student is developing a pattern of becoming a student who would experience chronic absenteeism. And so again, we've put a lot of guidance, a lot of protocols, and a lot of monitoring measures for us to keep track of that ongoing. And so we're already seeing the fruits of the efforts. I would share that I've always said that attendance is the #1 predictor of student success. So you're absolutely right that attendance probably has a direct correlation with some of our graduation rates. I would say that the second piece to that, and what we've heard tonight, is that Domain 1, when you think about Domain 1 in the A through F accountability system, that is something that is significantly impacting our graduation rates as well, because our students need to be able to succeed in their end of course exams so that they can achieve the graduation, not necessarily just the credit in each one of those courses. So there's a lot of those things that correlate together. And so all of the measures that we're putting in place, we should see significant improvements in Domain 1 because of our attendance and ergo our graduation rates. But good point, because we do have some significant work to do to improve our attendance, but we're seeing it already. Some of the early signals show that our percentages are up.
I just want to tell you, I have a junior this year, and this is one of the most daunting things of which thing to put him in to get him the success that he needs. And I'm so thankful I have all of you guys to ask these questions to, but as a parent that does not have that, I'm so happy that we're working on being able to communicate that. I know as we look at the counselors, they've gotten into a place where they can communicate it to a parent that has no idea. The one thing I do want to talk is we look towards a metric. I know that we put a lot of metrics towards subgroups in our schools, lower performing, EB, special education, but I don't recall us having something IB, which is our highest academic program. I don't recall having metrics tied to how they're performing. So I think that'd be something that, if we're going to look and say, hey, we need to bring this group up, let's make sure we're doing, I think, the best program, the best that we can do it. So I think that's something that I'd like to entertain and look towards. And then just kudos to y'all. I know that opportunity is important to me, and we're doing it. We see the numbers increase in AP and all these other, and yes, it's because we're testing everyone, but we're taking that chance. And to your point, that one kid gets that 3, and then they go from heck no, I'm not going to college, to hey, I actually might be able to do this, and that can change their lives. So thank you guys for working so diligently on that.
I want to say one more thing. I meant to highlight this earlier, but as we're sort of shifting to away from the college prep, I wanted to really highlight Bowie High School and their Algebra 1 scores this year. The teacher that's there, that's just, I think she had 45% masters. That just goes to show you that it can be done.
Yes.
When we set high expectations for our kids, sorry, I'm eating mint. When we set high expectations for our kids and give them the tools, the resources, our teachers the tools and the resources, they can get there. And I really wanted to applaud, the work that Bowie High School has done, specifically that teacher as well, and sort of doing some of the work inside the classroom, which is where all of this happens, right? And which is why attendance is important, because nobody should be missing her lectures, I'm sure. So kudos to them, and that's something that I just wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, team. This will take us to item 7, public meeting, 7A. Public meeting discuss the 2024-2025 district proposed tax rate. Ms. Saavedra.
Yes, Martha Aguirre, our CFO, and her team will be presenting where we are as we propose our M&O and our INS tax rate. This is a recurring conversation for those of you who are new to the board, to the trustee work. This comes to us every year in August. So I'm going to hand it over to our CFO, Martha Aguirre, so she can walk us through where we are and where we're holding steady with our tax rates.
Thank you, Ms. Saavedra. Good evening. Martha Aguirre, Chief Financial Officer. And as Ms. Saavedra mentioned, this evening we'll be holding a public meeting as soon as we present our proposed 2024 tax rates. But before I begin, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Walt Byers, who is kind of like the one-man show team, that the wizard behind the curtain that is looking at all our tax rates and all our debt and ensuring that we have the best proposal for our district as a whole. And so I definitely want to acknowledge his efforts. And so, yes, as we've talked about a lot of different requirements or governance, responsibilities the board has, adoption of the tax rate is something that the board is required to do on an annual basis. And so the first slide that I'd like to share with you is our maintenance and operations tax rate. So as you are aware, we have two tax rates that we set or the board sets annually, and that's the maintenance and operations, which is pretty much to operate the day-to-day transactions or activities that the district encounters or engages in. And then the INS rate, which is the interest and sinking, that is related to the debt that the district has incurred. So on this slide, what you're seeing here is we refer to it in two sections, two tiers, Tier 1 and Tier 2 taxes. So basically, maintenance and operations is set by the Texas Education Agency, the Tier 1 side of it, based on property growth, value growth, and district's current tax rate. So for this school year, our net taxable value growth was 11.64%. That means our property values in our area increased by 11%. And so then basically the state calculates the maximum compressed tax rate, which is presented to you tonight at 0.6316. And then the Tier 2 golden and copper pennies, we've discussed these in the past, are in essence the voter approved pennies above the maximum compressed rate. And those are based on our our weighted averages that our student body pretty much creates based on attendance and the different needs that the students have. So with this slide, what I can share with you is that we're proposing a maintenance and operations tax rate of 0.7699 for this current school year. When we look at the second set of tax that we look at is the interest and sinking tax rate. That tax rate is based on our debt payment that's due for this current year. And so our debt payment this current year is $54,358,518. And that is $3 million less than last year's debt payment that we had. This year, we also have an opportunity to reduce or pay off debt through the process of defeasance. That we'll go through that process as we move through the presentation, but that would be reducing $21.9 million of debt from our INS side of the house. So that is with a proposal of no change to our INS tax rate of 0.3108. So when we're looking at both tax rates, this slide basically shows you the first row is what our tax rate was set last year, which is maintenance and operations was at 0.8263. And there is a 5-cent reduction to that tax rate to 0.7699. When we look at our INS rate, there is no change. We are holding on that same level. So the total tax rate that the board will vote on is $1.0807, $1.08. It's a reduction of 5 cents when comparing to last year. This slide gives you the historical state comptroller taxable values, and as you will note, from last year to this current year, there is an increase of 11.64. As you all are aware, you all property owners, home value owners, you can see where the values have increased when you look at your tax bill. Outstanding debt that we're paying with this amount is $835 million. So we're looking at bond elections from 2003, 2007, and 2016 in that payment of that property values. This shows the historical tax rate that we've had, and you can see from 2018 to 2024 how the tax rate has decreased significantly through the passage of legislation back in 2019 where they initiated or impacted the maximum compressed rate. So as you can see, our maintenance and operations rate has gone down significantly from $1.17 in 2018
to 0.7699, the proposed rate for this coming year. And then you can see our tax rate that has increased from 0.14 in 2018 for the INS to 0.3108 for this current year. It is important to note that back in 2016, when we were considering the 2016 bond election, the financial advisors, when they had run the numbers, they had anticipated that our tax rate would get to the level of 0.35 cents at the height of what we had gone out for the bond. However, as of now, 8 years later, we are still at 0.31. We have not realized that 0.35 level. So what is the impact to your average value residents here in the El Paso area or EPISD area? So I'm going to focus on the middle column, the one that's titled current year. So we have our average market value residents here within the EPISD boundaries of 250,884. When you look at the homestead exemptions that have been applied through the legislature, the average net taxable value residence is 117,961. You reduce those two amounts that are noted under the homestead exemption. So the tax rate then is at the $1.08 compared to the $1.13 that we had last year. So the decrease due to the tax rate is a savings to the property owner of $66. However, there is an increase due to the higher taxable values of $185. So the net of that is $119 increase to our property homeowners in this area. I will remind you that there are 5 taxing entities within our EPISD boundaries. We've got, of course, EPISD, City of El Paso County, El Paso Community College, and University Medical Center, of which we are one of the only entities that have homestead exemption requirements that we must meet when we're looking at our property collection revenue. The only 2 others that have an exemption, but it's at $5,000, not $100,000, is the City of El Paso and El Paso County. So when we look at this slide, so through the Texas Comptroller's Office Property Tax Division, we're required to run a calculation on a worksheet, and that worksheet was posted within our the agenda item with the board meeting announcement. And so we need to report that the no new revenue tax rate is calculated rate that provides taxing the entity, the district, with about the same amount of revenue as in prior year to continue operations. So that no new tax rate would be at $1.03. And then the voter approval tax rate is calculated using the maximum rate allowed by the law without a voter approval, and that would be at $1.10. So that is where we land within that spectrum at the $1.08 rate that we are proposing. So then I mentioned earlier that we have an opportunity to reduce some of our bond, outstanding bond debt through a process that we refer to as bond defeasance and redemption. It's in essence a financing tool that will allow us to pay off debt prior to the call date. And I do want to mention that our financial advisor representatives, Ms. Maria Urbina and Mr. Ivan Alvarado, are here in the audience in case there's any questions we might have of Hilltop Securities. We also have Mr. Paul Braden, our bond counsel from Norton Rose and Fulbright, that is here as well if there's any questions related to this financing mechanism that we're about to present. So what we're seeing here is that looking at the Series 2020 bonds, we have outstanding bonds of $197 million. The bond principal amount of $20 million is what we are considering at this point, with a bond interest amount of $19.1 million, which would generate a present value of prior debt to February 15th, which would be the date that we would be presenting or actually running this process, in the amount of $39.6 million. And so the net present value savings to the district would be the $17 million over a 24-year period. So when we refer to this slide, we see sources and uses. In essence, sources would be like the revenue or the funds that we have available to process this transaction. And so it's a total of $76 million based on the tax collections that we would generate through the set tax rate we have. The state revenue, which is a supplement that they've given to us based on the hold harmless exemption that we've currently have in place of $100,000. Plus the debt service fund balance we have of $5.5 million that generates that $76 million reflected in revenue. And then uses, we would pay our bond debt for this current year at $54 million. And then the defeasance, bond defeasance we just referred to at $21.8 million. That would be the total cost. So as you can see, it's a balanced budget when we look at the resources and then the uses of this transaction. So at this point, I will open it to the public for any comments.
Yes, so this is a public meeting, so if you did not sign up for public comment but would like to speak in public right now for the sake of the tax rate, you're welcome to come up to the podium. The same rules apply as public comment, which is 3 minutes. Okay, seeing as there is none, I will move on to any questions from the board. Dr. Lovich?
Yeah, looking at the average value residence in the UPISD, what is that number? What's the average value of the residence?
The average value is the, give me a sec. The 250,884.
So if my math is correct, then what we're looking at is a monthly increase of, it's $10 a month.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And second question, looking at other major ISDs in Texas, what's their debt carrying look like? How much debt do they carry?
That's a very good question.
Sorry.
I can look that up, but I don't, I would not know that, yeah.
I don't mean to off-road here on that. And then I guess just generally speaking, let me see. What's coordination look like with other taxing entities in El Paso? Is there much communication with them?
I would say not to my experience.
Just out of curiosity. And then overall, just wanted to thank you so much for this presentation, and I'm glad that we're able to keep everything very tight. So
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dr. Loveridge, and so there are appointees from the taxing entities on the CAD board, which we have an item for that later.
Today.
So that's, yeah, today. And so there are representatives, we have 2 that sit on there. I think the city has 2, the county has 1, and then the other groups all offer that up. So there's some coordination, but I don't think at the CFO level or things, conversations like that. And if there's no other questions, this will take us.
I have a
I'm sorry, Trustee Hernandez.
What is the current call date then?
So, give me a sec. I've got, is it here? I know I wrote it down.
I have it right here, Martha.
You have it?
Yeah, the current call date is August 15th, 2029
Yeah.
for those bonds. So we're going to put this money in escrow, and it'll immediately be redeemed. Legally, it'll be redeemed, but the actual call date isn't until August 15th, 2029.
So that means we have to utilize it by that date?
No, the money will go into an escrow, and it'll earn interest, and then on that date, it'll pay that debt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Call.
Quick question. Going back to the sources of the money to pay off these bonds early. Can you pull up that slide?
It's there. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, okay. The debt fund balance, is this from the contingency of our bond projects, the 5.5
No.
million?
This is a completely separate fund. We do not use INS dollars for anything but to pay off debt in one way or another.
Right,
And that's it.
right. Okay, so I'm just a little bit fuzzy on this. Can you explain to me why we're doing this? Well, not why, because I get that we're saving money on interest payments, but can you dive a little bit more into how we're doing this, like as in the tax collections?
So what the opportunity arose when we were looking at, so the homestead exemption took place in last year. And so there was supplemental state revenue that was provided to help with the offset of the reduction to our property valuations that we had in place. And so our payment was covered with a tax rate we had, and so we had additional funds that in essence went into fund balance because they were not used. We met our obligation, and then there was additional funds there. So as we're looking at this year, there is no increase to our tax rate in INS because we can meet that payment, but then also have the opportunity to utilize that amount to bring our debt level or outstanding bond debt down.
We're receiving extra money from the state that we hadn't in the past. We have some extra fund balance, and just by increasing our debt payments by about $5 million, we're able to reduce our debt by that $20 million.
That's fantastic. I wasn't aware that we had this money. Are you anticipating that next year when we have this meeting that our INS tax rate will be reduced, or would it be offset by something else?
So because we don't know exactly what the state will do, it's a legislative year again, but there is potential to have savings that would potentially help us either defease additional debt or look at reducing our tax rate.
I have another question. Yes, ma'am. I remember seeing a slide a while back where it showed us if the state didn't help us, we were gonna be in this much in arrears, and it wasn't but a couple months ago. This offsets that?
No, I think if correct me if I'm wrong, what we shared in the forecast was on the maintenance and operations, and this is on the debt side of the house.
Yeah, so where the state came in to assist is not in the M&O, maintenance on operation, that would have assisted us with operational costs. Yeah. Where they came in with extra funding was on the INS to relieve our debt, and in this case, our bond debt.
Or the support was more impactful and evident on the INS side.
On the INS.
Thank you. This will take us to item 8A, consider and adopt an order authorizing the defeasance and redemption of certain currency outstanding obligations of the district, authorizing the execution of a special escrow agreement, and resolving other matters incident and related to the defeasance and redemption of such obligations. And Ms. Aguirre, that was the presentation we just received. So are there questions by trustees or a motion?
If there's no questions, I can make a motion. I move that the board adopt an order authorizing the defeasance and redemption of certain currently outstanding obligations of the district, authorizing the execution of a special escrow agreement, and resolving other matters incident and related to the defeasance and redemption of such obligations.
Do you have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Call, a second by trustee Beals. All in favor?
Aye.
Any in opposition? That item passes unanimously 7-0. This will take us to item 8B, discuss and take appropriate action on resolution adopting a tax rate for the El Paso Independent School District. And I have a note here that if you make a motion, please read the motion word for word with what you have here in your presentation. Trustee Coyle.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the resolution that adopts a property tax rate of $1 0.0807, which is effectively a 4.69% increase in the tax rate. The rate consists of 0.7699 cents for maintenance and operations and 0.3108 cents for interest and sinking for the 2024 tax year as presented.
We need a roll call. So we will need a roll call on the vote.
Yep. Do I have a second?
Second.
Call. So I have a motion by trustee Cuellar, a second by trustee Call. This has to be a roll call vote, so I'll start. Nope, sorry. Ms. Call. Yes.
Sure.
We're good? All right. Trustee Hanani.
Aye.
Trustee Hanani votes aye. Trustee Call. Aye. Trustee Call votes aye. Trustee Beals.
Aye.
Trustee Beals votes aye. Trustee Hernandez.
Aye.
Trustee Hernandez votes aye. Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar votes aye. Trustee Loveridge. Dr. Loveridge. Aye. Dr. Loveridge votes aye. Trustee Urbali votes aye. That vote passes 7-0. This will take us to item 8C, discuss and, thank you, Ms. Aguirre and Mr.
Thank you.
Byers. Discuss and take appropriate action on nominations to the El Paso Central Appraisal District, EP-CAD Board of Directors for the 2025 term. So I'm gonna do my best to get through this item, and Ms. Collins, you can correct me along the way if necessary. So as part of the constitutional amendment for the $100,000 homestead exemption, a part of that language that came in the legislation was that they were going to have individuals run for the CAD board. And 3 individuals in El Paso County ran, and they won. Then they didn't run against someone, but they got appointed on the board. So as we go through this process, the way that board appointees are going to be changed. So as I mentioned before, EPISD has traditionally had 2 appointees on a board. That's no longer the case. So if you look at the backup that was provided on this item, you'll see a chart that looks like this one. On this one, basically what's going to happen is every entity is allowed to put forth a nomination, and then based on the tax that you levy from the previous year, then those are the number of votes that you'll get. So I'll go over the biggest ones because there's a bunch here. So in this case, the city of El Paso would get 1,941 votes. Canutillo ISD would get 179 votes. EPISD would get 965 votes. Socorro would get 837 votes. Isleta would get 453 votes. And EPCC would get 355 votes. It's a total of 5,000 votes. So it's broken up. And so what we need to do is put forth a name for a nomination. And then before October comes, we'll have to allocate our number of votes for that person. Just on basic math, it's very unlikely that we would get 2 seats like we had in the past. And we would probably see some of these smaller entities, build coalitions and start finding ways that they can get more individuals on the seat as well. So for today, what we're asking for is there's someone that would like to fill out that 1-year term or 3-year term. I traditionally have been on it. I would like to give that opportunity to someone else if someone is interested. It's a great opportunity to learn kind of the taxing entities, how the process works. But with that, I don't know if there's any, did I make any mistakes? I think.
Just so you're aware, the terms will be chosen by lot. So you don't know if it'll be a 1-year, or excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Either a 1-year or 3-year, just so you know what your commitment is.
And they meet once a month as well.
So the 3 that were already in there were elected. Now we have the opportunity to submit more. on our part?
Yes, so the 3 were elected by the public at large during an election process, and that was, you do remember in May when we avoided the cost of that election through the CAD? So now what they're looking for is the member entities, which is the one that's on this list. They're gonna basically, will be able to vote as organizations and entities and members to fill the remaining 5 seats.
And how did they do the votes, the number of votes?
It's based on your, in this case, it's based on the 2023 tax levy.
Based on what?
The levy for the taxes, if you want, you can. So does anyone want to volunteer?
No, but I would like to nominate someone. That was awesome. I move that the board approve the resolution from El Paso Independent School District regarding nominations to the Board of Directors of the El Paso Central Appraisal District and nominate Dr. Jack Loveridge to the El Paso Central Appraisal District Board of Directors for a 1-year or a 3-year term as determined by the El Paso Central Appraisal District Board of Directors at their first meeting upon election.
You read my mind, Dr. Mr. Cuellar. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, you cannot turn down the nomination. It's not allowed. Yeah, you get 3 minutes.
Well, he and I went to high school together. It was a quarter century ago. I don't know what I did to you, but I consider us even now. I accept if duty calls, I'll do that. CAD board, watch out. Here I come.
So there's a couple caveats here, right? It's not till the election in October, and then we also have to let you in, right? Yeah, so we don't want to vote for the other guy.
Let's order pizza now.
So with that, I have a motion by trustee Cuellar, second by trustee Hanani. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any in opposition? That item passes unanimously 7-0. We have consent. Are there any items the trustees would like to pull off?
I'm going to pull 9F, 9H, 9M1, 9M2.
Okay, sorry. 9F, 9H, 9
M1,
M1,
9M2.
9 M2. Okay. Any other trustees would like to pull any items? Okay. So before we vote on consent, sans those, oh, I'm lied. I'm pulling all of section N. So I have speakers on these items before we vote. So the first speaker I have is on, I had a speaker on 9H, but they have withdrawn. This will bring us to 9M1. Mona Plaza. 9M1. No, I'm taking the public comment and then we'll yeah, because I have it listed. Yeah.
Hello, Board President Urbali, board members, and Ms. Saavedra. I'm Dr. Mona Plaza, and I have the privilege of being a teacher at the Young Women's Academy. I've had this opportunity to be a part of the school from its beginning, from its inception. In 2017, when Young Women's was born, I was part of the initial teaching staff. It was an exciting time because we all knew we were part of something very special. We started as a small academy with middle school students, and we shared a campus with another middle school. There were struggles and victories. And don't get me wrong, it wasn't easy. We started from scratch. We went to training and professional development to support our growth as a PBL campus. We did community building, SEL, both with teachers, students, and we also visited a lot of other campuses so we could learn and grow. But mostly we have stuck together as a family. We had and have a great leader in Dr. Cynthia Ontiveros, who always supports us and is a true example of servant leadership. As we added grade levels, so did our family of educators grow and blossom, and that's the reason we have been successful. We share the vision that all young women who attend our school will be successful no matter what path they may choose. We've had 2 graduating classes, and those young women left our campus prepared and ready to take on any challenge and to challenge whatever they choose or whatever they encounter. This opportunity to be a part of the Young Women's Preparatory Network is exciting for us. With their support and guidance, we will continue to engage, excite, nurture, and offer young girls from underrepresented populations an opportunity and a choice for a promising educational future. Their core values of rigor, college success, personal wellness, sisterhood, community engagement, leadership development, diversity, equity, and high expectations for all mirror what we have always embraced at the Young Women's Academy. We appreciate becoming a part of this network and are excited to grow as an academy, but mostly to continue and strengthen our vision of success for all young women who enter our door. Thank you.
Thank you. The second speaker I have is Mr. Pedro Delgado. Thank you, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Board President Irabali, members of the board, and Ms. Saavedra. My name is Pedro Delgado, and I am the computer science teacher at the Young Women's Academy. I was also there when our doors opened 7 years ago. I was there to greet the excitement in our students' faces. And I was also there the last couple of years to greet their faces as well as they graduated. It was an important day for me, being also my first day teaching there at Young Women's Academy. And it was also important because not only did I start that day teaching there, but my own daughter started that day at that school. So we like to joke around that we all started middle school at the same time. During those 7 years, I witnessed my daughter grow, transform from the shy young girl that I knew in elementary school to a confident young woman. And she was not the only one. Every one of our students were able to grow, were able to find within themselves that thing that drove them. And I think because of what our school represents, I myself feel that I am a better educator now because of being part of the academy. And it is our dedication, it is teamwork that requires dedication from everybody involved, from teachers to our magnificent principal, to our staff, to our janitors, to our bus drivers, to our cafeteria ladies. And it is also something that centers around the connections that we've made in that school. Because for me, education is about connections. It is about the connection that the students make with the content that they learn, but it's also about the connections that they make with others around them, with their teachers, with classmates, and the connections that they make within themselves, and the connections that we make with others around us, right? And at our school, through SEL, through PBL, we've encouraged these students to become more and more involved in the world around them. And I think ourselves as an academy have this opportunity now by joining the Young Women's Network to grow ourselves too and to make those connections with other individuals that are like-minded, right, with other students that are like-minded. And I think ultimately this benefits our students, it benefits ourselves, and it benefits the district. Because to me, making connections is what it's about, and this is going to give us an opportunity to connect with others around us that have that same passion for education for the young women that enter our halls. Thank you so much for listening to us today.
Thank you. And then this will take us to our last speaker on consent agenda, which is Philip Briscoe on item 9M20, which is approval of award property insurance RFP number 24.033. Mr. Briscoe.
Board President Irabali, board members, and Ms. Saavedra, my name is Philip Briscoe. I represent USI Insurance. We have basically been the broker for EPISD for more than 30 years. We were fortunate enough to maintain some of the coverage this year, but after the RFP that came out for the property insurance, we feel that, the broker performed unethically and they should be removed from consideration. I want to make the board aware of some of the more important points so that you can be properly informed. Alliant Insurance has engaged markets that we utilize for the current coverage placement, as well as for the renewal placement, which they were not assigned, nor authorized to engage as per bid specifications. As of this moment, USI continues to receive notification from several carriers, including those that USI has formal authorizations for, that Alliant is actively discussing the RFP with them in the hopes to be able to support their actual quote that they submitted. I am confident that Alliant did not have a bindable quote for the premium that they submitted during the best and final process, as Alliant is still looking for market participation as of Friday. Submitting a formal quote without carrier approval is not only unethical, but against the bid specifications. Per Alliant's actions, they have not followed the rules set forth in the RFP and the rules set forth by the Texas Attorney General concerning a broker of record letters. The Attorney General's opinion states that it is illegal for a junior college or an ISD to issue a broker of record, which should prohibit Alliant's interaction with carriers during the RFP process. We have since received confirmation that from the district that says they have not issued a BOR or authorization forms to any bidders in this solicitation. We have noticed from other carriers that we utilize to submit a bindable quote that Alliant has promised them authorization by today. If Alliant was required to submit a bindable proposal utilizing markets that they previously secured, then why would they need to secure the broker of record letter or the broker of record for those carriers? We have been made aware that some brokers will submit an indication premium based on the unsecured quotes to claim that they can provide a lower premium. This does not conform to the bid specifications, which detail that evidence of coverage should exist at the time of bid proposal and the submission of that proposal. USI has been a partner with EPISD for more than 30 years, and we truly appreciate the opportunity to do business with the district. We would very much appreciate the opportunity to continue this partnership and serve as a district representative on the property insurance. My comments here today are to ensure that the district is fully aware of the challenges that we have encountered throughout this RFP process. Our goal has always been to do what is best for the district, and I hope that you can see that what I have laid out tonight warrants further discussion with our agency. I guarantee that I can match the premium indications that I submitted by the bind date, but can Alliant? I don't think so if they're still looking for markets.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion on consent?
I'm going to go ahead and pull at 9M22.
Okay. Okay, so do I have a motion on consent sans 9F, 9M1, 9M2, 9M20, 9N1, 9N2, 9N3?
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Call, a second by trustee Hanani. All in favor? Aye. This will take us to item 9F, which is the acceptance of donation of stamp collection from Rafael Escapete, 1958, graduate of Bowie High School. Trustee Hanani.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to publicly acknowledge this contribution. You know, I can't imagine what this feels like for Bowie, for the family. Bowie Alumni Association has to be, and I love El Paso High's Alumni Association, but Bowie's Alumni Association is very, very, very special, very, very strong. And so I really just wanted to take a moment to honor and recognize publicly Mr. Escapita and his family, and really say that I hope this goes to good use, and I'm sure it will. And with that, I move to approve that his donation to be used by a stamp club at Bowie High School, with the stamp collection to be preserved and safeguarded by Bowie High School administration.
Do I have a second? Second. Is there any additional discussion on the item before? No? Then all in favor? Aye. Aye. The item passes unanimously with trustee Hanani making the motion and a second from Dr. Loveridge. Next item will be 9M2, approval of the University of Texas.
9H.
Then we have to go back and reconsider 9H because 9H was not, I didn't have 9H pulled. So, Ms. Collins, can I make a motion to reconsider item 9H?
Yes, please.
I so move.
I had it as it was pulled.
Okay, then I don't need to do that. Okay, so trustee Hanani, 9H.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to really go back and ask whether this conversation included the fifth grade classes. I know that it was in 2021 that we discussed as a board also using the exemption for fifth grade. And I think I think we capped that at 22-1. And the board at that time pledged to reconsider it the following year. I just want to make sure that that conversation hasn't been tabled.
Okay, it's on. By TEA, it's pre-K through 4 that we submit waivers. However, here in EPISD, any pre-K through 5th grade class that reaches that 25 threshold, we do an automatic add. However, we don't have to do a waiver for 5th grade. That's not part of TEA. However, within our thresholds, any classroom that reaches 25 is an automatic add. That's the largest number that we have within an elementary campus.
For up to fifth grade, right?
Correct.
That answers my question completely.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve, I move that the board approve the submission of automated maximum class size exception waivers to the Texas Education Agency for the period of August 2024 through June 2025 for any pre-kindergarten through 4th grade class that exceeds the maximum limit of 22 students.
Do I have a second? Second. That's a motion by trustee Hanani, a second by trustee Cuellar. All in favor?
Aye.
That item, any in opposition? That item passes unanimously 7-0. This will take us to 9M1, approval memorandum of understanding between El Paso Independent School District and Young Women's Preparatory Network. Trustee Hanani.
Just another moment to celebrate this accomplishment and to thank all of the presenters and all of the people that really have done the work to make this happen, including Dr. Gonzalez, Mr. Bass, Ms. Venegas, who I know worked very, very hard on this initiative, and Ms. Benya, and of course, Dr. Ontiveros. When I first was elected, my daughter was actually leaving the Young Women's Leadership Academy in Paso ISD, who was a part of the Young Women's Preparatory Network. And I could see that Young Women's STEAM Academy was in dire need of the resources that were afforded by YWPN. And so that's what this means for this campus, is that they get an additional level of resources. And I'm very, very thankful to the superintendent for really pushing forward with that and understanding how important this school is for this district. A really, really special school, and now I have the pleasure of sending another girl to the campus. So this small moment of celebration and appreciation for all of the leadership, the vision, and the hard work that it took to get here. And with that, I move that the board approve the memorandum of understanding between El Paso Independent School District and Young Women's Preparatory Network as presented.
Do I have a second?
A second.
That's a motion by trustee Hanani, a second by Dr. Loveridge. All in favor? Aye. Any in opposition? That item passes 7-0 unanimously. This takes us to 9M2, approval of the University of Texas at El Paso facility use agreement for El Paso Independent School District high school football games, local funds not to exceed $100,000. Trustee Hanani?
Yeah, so I just had some questions generally. It feels like my mic is louder than everybody else's. My understanding was that we were going to start having a rotating schedule for the Sun Bowl games. I just wanted to ask what the plan is and ask the two West Side principals who are here how they feel about that.
I'll kind of start, and then I'll hand it over to David and Mr. Sheffield. I know that we've had some preliminary discussions about, considering rotating. I'm going to be totally honest. We're not in a position for this school year going into 24-25 to launch that. I think that there's still a lot of community conversation that we need to have with our coaches, with our families, with our players, because I think that there's still some mixed feelings about that. And so in an effort to, I guess, be transparent, keep the community informed, and have them be involved in the process, we are committed to having those conversations this year so that we can bring a recommendation to the board that will impact the 25-26 school year. But I'll allow the team to kind of share some thoughts and where we are today.
Board President Urabali, members of the board, Ms. Saavedra, I'm Vince Sheffield, Deputy Superintendent for Administration. I have with me the Executive Director for Athletics, Mr. David Cervantes, and the principals for the respective schools who are going to play in the Sun Bowl this year. We had some preliminary conversations about that last year, and I'll let Mr. Cervantes talk a little bit about the plans moving forward. And the principals can answer questions regarding your question of them.
Good evening. That is correct. As to echo what Ms. Saavedra just mentioned and Mr. Sheffield, we are looking at rotating some of our schools into the Sun Bowl for football events here in the next couple of years. We would like to look at rivalry schools to find those matchups. It is a little difficult at times when we look at UIL schedules, not only because of the way the rotation fits, but UIL realigns schools every 2 years. So we're going to have to find a perfect match between who's going to be the home team, who would come in. The other thing that we need to talk a little bit about and discuss is the fact that some of our schools are have a lot of tradition and like to stay at home. For example, a lot of our El Paso High teams like to play there at one of the most prestigious stadiums in the state of Texas. So we're going to have some very careful and precise conversation with those groups to make sure that they do want to go into the Sun Bowl and hold those events. I'll let the principals also talk a little bit about what we're doing for this school year and how it's going to look as far as having the South Side Bowl at UTEP this year, as well as the West Side Bowl.
Hi, my name is Dr. Angela Reina, principal at Coronado.
I'm Anna Bowser, principal of Franklin High School. I know we discussed some of the numbers, and basically just so you're aware of stadium capacity, Franklin Stadium is 5,750 is what it holds, and Coronado is 5,105. And the last 2 years, as far as attendance, 2022 was 6,920 attendees, and last year was 7,135 attendees. So neither of our stadiums will fit the amount of people that come to our games. So that's one of the reasons that we do go to the Sun Bowl each year. Not to mention safety of our students and, just parking, all the things. Any questions for us?
I guess how do the coaches feel, from all 4 schools, how do the coaches feel about playing at the Sun Bowl every single year?
It's been a tradition for us that we really enjoy, and it's something that we share back and forth as far as being the home team. We invite each other up to the, Hunt Lounge, and everybody comes up and we eat together, and it's become a fun tradition that you guys can be a part of every year, so we enjoy it. It's fun for our community. It's a great way for our kids to get to see what playing a college stadium is like as well, and they can aspire for those things for themselves.
So I did speak to my community. I spoke to the coach. He's talked to his boosters. He's talked to his kids. We do enjoy the tradition. I've only been principal, this is my 2nd year, so I had the experience last year, which was a great experience. We were home, so when you're the home team, you're responsible for basically putting everything together, making sure that everyone is upstairs, is comfortable watching the game. We have logistics. We work with Mr. Sheffield's team, with Mr. Cervantes, and so it's a good way to bring both schools together in a safe environment. If we're going to open the conversation on rotating back and forth, I think we do need to consider, for example, if Coronado is home and we are landlocked in the way that there's only really 2 ways to go into the campus, through Champions or through Cloudview. So I think traffic would be a major concern going down to Wrestler into Mesa. and especially with all the construction that is still happening there, it's been ongoing. The other thing too is the parking situation. It's gotten better now that construction is finished, so we're thankful to get our parking lots back, but we just cannot hold the capacity. Each year, we have the numbers for the past 3 years, we've increased attendance every 3 years. It's something that alumni fly into El Paso just for this game and fly right back out, and that's just something that they do, and the year and a half that I've been there, the community just really loves it. So we support it. Most importantly, we want to have the conversations, and we do need to talk about those issues such as parking. And like at my campus, we just could not hold, even if I pulled the bands out and put them on the ends, on the end zones, we would either have to limit ticket sales because it would become a crowd control issue for our officers.
And for any trustee that hasn't been to the West Side Bowl, it is so much fun. I hope we continue to do it for many, many years in the future. I think the West Side Bowl is the only time where my kids actually think it's cool that I'm a trustee. So it works out good.
I mean, it's really, if I can just say, Ms. Bowser and I, we're at rival schools, but we work very well together, and we're really looking to streamline a lot of what's happening on the west side. And this is just a fun way for us to bring our two communities together. And I think it's important for the communities to see that we do work together, we like each other, and we
Contrary to popular belief.
and we want both of our school communities to flourish. And so at this point, we are both in support of it. Thank you.
And I did have a conversation with Dr. Rayner this morning regarding the possibility of playing that game at our stadium. And so we did talk about all these things. I wanted to have Mr. Rincon, the principal at Jefferson High School, Jefferson Silva, talk a little bit about his conversation with his alumni and his students due to the fact that they are having their 75th anniversary this year. Okay.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Sayavera, yes, in fact, we did have a conversation at first to having the game like we did last year at the Sun Bowl game. We did talk about the idea of having it at Jefferson, right, because we've never had one there. But on talking to the alumni, they say, are you okay with having a Sun Bowl? And they said, isn't that where it always is? You know, like, yeah, absolutely. And then we talked to the 75th anniversary committee, and they would love to be there as well. Most importantly, though, we talked to the students. We talked to the students, say, what do you guys want? Absolutely, just like the West Side Bowl, the kids want an opportunity to play at a university stadium so they can see how it's like. So hands down, 100%, all the students wanted to be playing at the Sun Bowl. And me and the Bowie principal also like each other. We work well together, but they took it last year. We're going to take it this year. Yeah.
He thinks. So I also spoke to my community members, my alumni group. As you all know, my alumni association is, they're very strong in our area. We spoke to our kids. Our kids unanimously asked for you all to approve them playing in the Sun Bowl this year. Like he had mentioned, Mr. Rincon, we did speak about alternating sites every year. Our concern right now with the 75th anniversary and the strong following that both schools have is that there's just not enough room at Jeff Stadium right now, which fits 3,000 people.
Thank you. Go Bears. Mr. Ferrantes or Mr. Charles, could you remind me how much it costs per game? How much do we pay per game to host this at UTEP? 50,000? Is it about 50,000? Maybe I'm.
Yes, it's close to 50,000 per game. Correct.
Okay. I love how all of you basically said that this was an opportunity for kids to see what it's like to play in college. I think as we've been sort of navigating this conversation, it was really with the sentiment that all kids in our district might deserve that opportunity
Sure,
too. And
definitely.
I think that's what it became about. I want to be clear that this is not a hill I will ever die on. However, I do think it's important to ask other schools in the district if they would also like to have that opportunity, what that would look like. I think we also, something that has come up in the past too is possibly if some of our indoor sports like basketball or volleyball would also enjoy the opportunity. I think costs a lot less to possibly host a basketball tournament or a volleyball tournament, and just sort of looking at what maybe a bigger, more comprehensive partnership with UTEP would be in regards to their facilities, and how we could get all of our kids to really experience that, the joy of playing in a college facility, and sort of dreaming, what that could look like. And so I just kind of want to be clear, as I again repeat that this is not the hill I will die on, that this conversation really was about equity and how we can offer that opportunity to more of our students. And so I hope that this comes back to us with a little bit more of a deep dive, some more of that community feedback. Mr. Cervantes said one of the most stadiums. I'm going to argue and say El Paso High is the best stadium in the country. I know that it does have the capacity for 12,000.
Yep.
So, I mean, maybe that's something that you all have probably had a discussion about in the past. So just sort of wanted to bring that up and look forward to the continued conversation. With that being said, if there's no other...
Yeah, just really quick. Does the 50,000 include, I know that our PD supplements a lot of the security for that event. Does that include the cost for the police, or is it just the 50,000 for the actual venue itself?
So it includes all of the services to include UTEP police, city police. The only other charge that we incur are game workers that include EPISD police, which is part of our normal operating budget. If we would have held this game at another site, we would have those same number of officers present at another location.
Okay. And on this one, this is something we've talked about, I know, where this is where equity comes into play. We talk about being equitable in this district. It's being a priority. We're doing an audit. We're doing these things. It may be that it's maybe a long-term cycle. It's just something that we have to work through and kind of get the community to understand that every kid has that opportunity to play on that field. And I think we saw it with basketballs last year. We had a bunch of, I think everyone got to play
6 games there.
in the Don Haskins. If I'm not
6
mistaken.
games.
6?
Yeah, we had 6 basketball.
And I know that was, a really highlight for a lot of those kids. So, if equity's part of our mission, let's see it through. So I'd like to see it by budget season. We probably should start having the conversations in case it means additional funding behind it.
And before I make the motion, President Irabali, can I ask that this kind of comes back to us in another way, maybe in January, where we can have is that enough to a full conversation sort of in public about the basketball, volleyball, football piece, maybe as we prepare for next year?
Miss, I think if you don't mind, if the superintendent can tell us what's a more appropriate date for her to come back to us, and then she can dictate to us what that looks like. Is that something you can provide in our next Friday packet?
I would. I think that if you would give us an opportunity to kind of develop a timeline to have the conversations with the community. I know that, if we're going to be honest about we're going to be engaging with the community quite a bit associated with destination district redesign. So for this particular piece, I think early in the spring is something that would be realistic. As you said, Trustee Irabali, during the budget season, all of this would come up. So I would say that we could probably have a good, bring it back to you in around March. But that time frame would be acceptable.
Perfect, thank you. And with that said, if there's no other comment, then I move that the board approve the University of Texas El Paso facility use agreements for the rental of the Sun Bowl Stadium on September 5th, 2024 and September 26th, 2024. In an amount not to exceed $100,000 as presented. And before I get the second, I just want to say thank you very much to all of you, Mr. Cervantes, and the 4 principals for hanging tight. I know it's 9 p.m., so I appreciate you and your comments, Mr. Sheffield, all of the work you put in. I'm excited to go to both games this year.
Awesome. Do I have a second?
Thank you.
That's a motion by Trustee Hanani, a second by Trustee Cuellar. All in favor? Aye. Any in opposition? That item passes unanimously 7-0. This takes us to the final no, I lied.
Number 20.
This takes us to M20.
Sorry. Yeah, I just
Hold
want
on,
to...
really quick. It's the approval of award property insurance RFP number 24-033. Yeah, administration recommendation, Alliant Insurance Services, Inc., budget local funds, $3,278,809.
I want to say first, as somebody who now submits RFPs to districts, I understand that the procurement process is not linear. I have a great deal of respect for the procurement processes of this district, but just in light of the comment, I wanted to table this until we could get information, really. That was all that was about.
do you maybe have some answers to some of the concerns that were raised that could calm this?
So I guess I would say that the process, as you mentioned, it was quite lengthy. We did require that we get presentations from the bidders that were interested in going through this. This was initiated as a result of, increasing rates year over year, and so that is why we took this out for an RFP, just to ensure that, we were getting the best rate. We did do some follow-up work. We have responded to his concerns. However, our bid was for the property insurance and not for broker insurance, as stated. And the conversations with the proposed recommended vendor, where we did ask for assurances that the quotes that were provided were actually viable if they were to be awarded with this. So we do feel confident in the process that we followed and the recommendation we're bringing forward.
President Urbali, you mind if I ask some follow-up questions? So these accusations are troubling. To me, it's either slander or, a serious concern, a serious issue here. I don't know which, obviously. Have we heard directly from any of the insurers on this, or is this all through the broker?
This is through the
brokers.
The broker.
Yeah. Okay, so what would happen if we were to approve this with Alliant and, they can't, these insurers don't materialize as alleged by the gentleman?
We do have.
So real quick, point of clarification before you answer that, Ms. Collins, if this is an acceptance, a contract is not, will the contract come back to the board on this one? No?
No, a contract doesn't come back because it's an issuance of the policy.
Okay.
I was going to mention, we do have representatives from Alliant here as well, and if we'd like to listen to, if they want to share words, is that something we can do? As far as the services, to answer your question in regards to, can they sustain, or was the quote they provided something they could, viable and not conceptual?
Yes, absolutely.
Before we do that, can you answer the question, if this doesn't materialize with Alliant, would it automatically defer to the highest scoring respondent?
Yes.
Which that one dropped out?
Correct.
Of the running, so it would defer to the third then? Okay. Yeah, if I could get that answered by Alliant, that would help.
So we have Mr. Smith and Mr. Prey from Alliant here to speak on behalf of Alliant.
Is this one good, or?
Either one.
Okay. That will work. And I think the two main questions that Trustee Call mentioned were, do you have the capacity, and?
Yeah, is there any documentation from the actual insurers that we can?
Brought it all, just.
Okay.
Yes, it's on. So yes, we have a full program put together. What we submitted, we followed the RFP process. Obviously, as a professional, I don't take accusations of being unethical lightly. But yeah, Alliant is the largest public entity broker in the United States. We're the 5th largest overall. And we place and manage and service the property insurance and reinsurance of over half the K through 12 and college districts in the state of Texas. And we've been doing that for over 20 years. So as such, we have no interest in risking our licenses or reputation by being non-transparent and breaking the rules of procurement. So we followed the rules of procurement, and we asked that the board approve this as recommended by the professionals.
I mean, without looking at the documentation, to me, it's a pretty straightforward thing here. We're covered either way. If we approve this and it doesn't materialize for any reason, we're still covered because we have another acceptable bid here. So I feel comfortable approving this.
Trustee Knight, do you want to complete your motion?
I move that the board approve the award of property insurance, RFP 24-03, to Align Insurance Services in an estimated amount of $3,278,809, effective September 1st through September 1st, 2024 through August 31st, 2025, with an option to extend for 4 additional years, 1 year at a time.
I second. That's a motion by Trustee Hanani, a second by Trustee Urbali. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition? That item passes unanimously 7-0. This will take us to the final items, which is 9N, 1, 2, and 3. We can take it as a pack. I'm just recusing myself. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion to approve and a second by Trustee Hanani. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition? I recuse myself. That item passes unanimously, well, not unanimously, 6-0 with 1 recusal. This will take us to item 10, items on next month's agenda. A, overview of future board meeting agenda items.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Urbali. As you can see, we've listed our fourth quarter financial reports in September, approval of the budget calendar, and my superintendent summative evaluation scheduled for September the 15th. In October, I think the big ticket item is really to bring back to you all our district improvement plan performance objectives. And again, on August the 27th, I believe, we are scheduled for a board workshop to discuss and consider our House Bill 3 goals, along with a safety and security scheduled meeting on that same day.
And then from the trustees, we will be having a discussion about our governance as it relates to student outcomes in September as well.
What was the last part? The board operating procedures.
Yeah, the board operating procedures, then how our governance relates to student outcomes, and that will be coming in September. And with that, we go to item, I'm assuming 11, adjournment, which is going to be adjournment at 9:11. Thank you, everyone.